accurate of what happens for the year. Uh, it's kind of like the inverse of an NBA basketball game, right? You don't have to pay attention to the first three quarters; just watch the last quarter or even the last 2 minutes, and that's the game. The opposite is true here. You only really need to watch the first five trading days, and you know how the rest of the year is going to go. Look, stocks are super highly valued by any measure, and they were due for some correction. Yeah, I got an interesting debate with my partners um, on the Bitcoin miners a couple weeks ago. Pomp and Jason were, oh, they're going to the moon. These things are, people don't understand how profitable they're going to be. Like, it's in the price, guys. I mean, these things have recovered 400, 500, 600% off the bottoms, and they proceeded to fall about 35% in a week. Now they've recovered a little bit. They had a big day yesterday, but look, there's a difference between a good stock and a good stock price. I mean, a good company and a good stock. There can be lots of great companies that are just overpriced, and they don't have to keep going up, no matter how great the company is. I mean, Microsoft, good company. They have aspirations to basically corner the market on everything and push it into Azure. But there's some technology we're actually investing in it that could make all of what they do on cloud obsolete. That could never happen. Okay, I mean, I'm sure. I mean,
Yeah. All right, everyone, we will be back to the program in just a moment. But before we do, I wanted to give you the inside scoop about something that we've been cooking up at Blockworks these last couple of months. So in March of this coming year, in London, Blockworks is going to be gathering 1,200 of the world's largest asset managers. So that's fund managers and allocators, financial institutions, think big banks, payment providers, etc., and professional traders at the largest institutionally focused conference in digital assets, DAS London. Now, it's very rare that you get the likes of JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Point72, the large HFTs, the family offices all in one room at the same time. So if you want to know what the big money is doing in digital assets these days, this is the conference for you. To give you an early sneak peek at some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about, one, the intersection of macro and digital assets, and where are we in the market cycle. We're going to be talking about real world assets, so that's stable coins, on-chain treasuries, all of that fun stuff. And we're going to be talking about things from the allocator perspective. So what are the big money managers in crypto doing these days? And because you are such a good listener of On the Margin, I'm giving you an extra code, MARGIN20. So click the link at the bottom of this episode. Again, use code MARGIN20, and I will see you in sunny London town in March.
Well, this is, there are so many parallels in between Bitcoin and gold, and people have this debate about the gold miners as well. Every now and again, someone will look at it and gold miners and say, these things are crazy underpriced. There's this one company that has this management team. And I think the reality of the Bitcoin mining business is that it's a really tough business. If it isn't already commoditized, it's well on its way to being commoditized. That said, I think the thing that folks missed, and if you're not in the weeds of what's going on in Bitcoin, there's a revolution going on in Bitcoin block space that transaction fees on the Bitcoin blockchain are, I think they're bucking what's got to be like a 6-year trend of down only. And so the miners are starting to print more money. Here's an interesting hypothetical for you though, Mark, because there is a lot going on in the macro, and I want to get to the labor market. We're going to have jobs data coming out halfway through this podcast, so I want to get our predictions here. But one thing that I was thinking about, because we were having an internal debate about this as well, last bull market, there was a premium that was ascribed to public market proxies for Bitcoin. So if you were a stock, right, like Coinbase or Silvergate or Voyager or Galaxy Digital, there was the stocks actually much outperformed Bitcoin. MicroStrategy is probably the best example of this. And I think the reason for that is because people wanted exposure to crypto, but they didn't want to hold the underlying, saying, like Coinbase is close enough. Now, do you think that premium is still going to exist with the existence of the Bitcoin ETF?
No, I mean, no. In fact, it's funny, I use the old school stack of National Geographics to make the computer at the right height. And when I pulled them off the shelf today, this is the one that came up on the top. And that's what's about to happen. the great migration, this buffalo stampede of capital into these Bitcoin ETFs, which again, I'm sticking with my projection. I mean, we're recording this on Friday the 5th. This is our Epiphany show. So we're going to have to do a bunch of Epiphanies because we'll release on the Feast of the Epiphany, the 6th. And I'm going with Sunday night, the 7th, right before the King's birthday. Elvis's birthday on Monday. Also my 13-year-old's birthday. I think they're going to crown the king and make BlackRock the official first Bitcoin ETF. There's all this stuff about they're going to do them all at once. Maybe they're going to do them sequentially. We'll see. But BlackRock's definitely going to be one of them. If they're not the only one, they'll definitely be one of them. And the amount of money that's going to shift from these proxies into the Bitcoin ETF, just kind of like, you bought people bought GBTC and they're like, why am I paying 2% for holding Bitcoin? Like, why? Well, because it's the only way, if you wanted it in your brokerage account or your IRA, that was the only, I guess there were some IRA services, but if you wanted a brokerage account, the only way was to own this trust. And if you wanted to own direct ownership, even like BITO and the others were futures. They weren't direct spot ownership. And MicroStrategy is, a Bitcoin bank
searching for a 2v2
bolted on to a kind of money-losing software company. So it really is a Bitcoin bank at this point. And the reason it outperformed not only from this proxy phenomenon, but also they have a little bit of leverage. Not a huge amount of leverage, but Michael can go borrow money back when he borrowed the first tranche at 0 interest rates. It's a pretty good deal. And buy Bitcoin. Now, he looked really stupid for a long time. People are like, oh, he's going to get margin call. He's going to go to 0 because if you borrow money and buy an asset that goes down, that's a bad outcome. Now, it's only a bad outcome if the loan can get called.
Oh.
And everybody's like, oh, well, his loan's going to get called. Nope, never got called. Came really close. Came really close, but loan never got called. Never got the margin call. And now he's looking really smart, and I guess he's buying more. So I do think some of those things are absolutely going to see less. Now, you take something like Coinbase, that's a toss-up, because while people will certainly move from Coinbase into the ETF, the ETFs, many of them are going to settle in custody inside Coinbase, and so they're going to make some additional profits. Now, there's one guy last night who issued some reports saying, "Oh, but you're overstating how much that's going to be, and this stock's going down by 67%." Dude, really? Come on, do some math with me, because while that's happening, okay, you're not going to make as much as some people think. Fine, but what's going to happen to the price when we have both a supply shock, which is coming the end of April, and a demand shock, which is coming on Monday? Price is going up, and price is probably going to go up a lot.
Are being attacked.
And so that's going to be very profitable. If you go back and look at Coinbase profits from trading in the last bull cycle, it's a good thing. So
yeah,
we'll see.
It's so funny. Just to make a comment on that, and I'll caveat this by saying anything in the world could happen. There could be some big macro sell-off, and all these stocks and Bitcoin, everything could go down quite a bit. So is this guy going to be right? Who knows? Maybe. But one thing that I've figured out, or just kind of thought about, is sometimes it's very difficult to understand, especially when you don't understand something. This cacophony of voices. There are always people that are yelling at you really confidently that this is going to happen, and I'm torn between this idea that it's just unknowable. It's very difficult to really know anything. You're always going to get differing opinions. Then there's this other side of me which says, like, 90% of the people out there just don't do the work to really understand, and it's much easier to just talk confidently. Like, I don't understand how you could look at Coinbase's business in this moment in time and come to that conclusion. Like, everything about
you're
the business.
Exactly right, Michael. That's the point, right? You can't have done substantial work and reach that conclusion.
To me.
Not possible. It's
you can
not.
look, so okay, Do you not like Coinbase's transactions business? Okay, I understand that. But
Add-on
guess what?
complete.
The price. Look at what crypto prices have done in Q4. Look at what some of the institutional exchanges that have published data have done. You can look at You can back into Coinbase's volume based on-chain data. Everything in there says that they're going to outperform. And then they have all these other things. They've got Base, they've got their Circle partnership. Wait, I want to get to labor here in 2 minutes, but I want to ask you this question about Michael's strategy, because I think essentially the strategy for Michael Saylor was to harvest that premium. So he had the leverage part of his balance sheet, the debt leverage part of his balance sheet, but also whenever he sensed that the premium on his business was getting high enough, he would sell equity and use it to buy Bitcoin. And I feel like that's maybe going to go away. If this premium gets sucked out of the market, then he won't have that option as available to him anymore. It's kind of interesting to speculate on. I mean, how do you think MicroStrategy ends up doing in the presence of Bitcoin?
Not enough minerals.
I think it does okay, because it'll be a huge beneficiary of the rising price. But that premium will get sucked out, and so there'll be. It's kind of how I feel about the first days of the ETF approval. If capital I, capital F, if GBTC is not approved, right? If they stick it to Barry and Michael and don't give them the approval to convert to an ETF,
right? I need to switch my
90%, some huge amount of the money of that $25 billion in GBTC is leaving. It's going to move, and it's going to be instantaneous. So that would be that would be very disappointing for the market. Because the market be like, well, why is the price going to the moon? Wait, why aren't your socks right? Well, because a couple billion, maybe as much as 3 billion comes in on Monday. Big number. But if all that is converting out of GBTC into these, IBTC or whatever it's approved, then net, you're not going to have a bunch of upward pressure. And
our allies' base is under
that
attack.
would be a big difference. Now, long term, I don't think it matters. I think long term, there's 300 billion that's coming into this market. And that's a 1% allocation. That's not even a 2 or 3 or 4%. That's just 1. So I think it's a monster demand shock. But I think MicroStrategy will be good, but not parabolic. Like, people just, it's amazing, right? When things are going down, they extrapolate that it's going down. It's going to zero.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our allies
probably getting to a point where you should be a buyer, not a seller, right? We were talking about this when things go on sale in markets, people run out of the store. Like, just stay in the store and buy the stuff that goes on sale. So when it was going down, and the discount, it was already trading at a discount to the assets on its balance sheet, then you probably should have been a buyer. Now, when it's trading at a significant premium, because there's a hashtag I have, insiders don't sell at buy. If an insider of a company is selling their stock, they know more than you. They don't sell when it's undervalued. Right? We had this thing when I worked at the university, when people would give a gift to the university, we'd sell it immediately. And I always said we should run a hedge fund that just shorted all those stocks. Because if you're giving a gift of an appreciated asset, you're not giving the one that you think is going up more. You're giving the one that you think is topped out and you can't unload it fast enough. So that, if Michael's selling shares to buy more Bitcoin, personally, it's because he sees the writing on the wall that the valuation of that business is extreme. It's like all the cloud companies, all the software companies, they're wildly overvalued on a price to earnings ratio. So, but he's a great arbitrator. He really is. Now, you could argue that, well, maybe he gets on the wrong side of the arbitrage, or whatever. But he is a great arbitrager, and he's done this multiple times. People forget this is not the first time Michael Saylor has reinvented MicroStrategy and pumped the stock to the moon. He went from 3 to 330. Despite all the people shorting it in 2000.
Wait, I think we looked this up. I think it was like 2000.
Our allies are being
Well,
attacked.
split adjusted. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Now I'm just talking about in real time. It was 300, and then split adjusted. You're right. It's in the thousands.
Oh my goodness. Let me
Insufficient
see if I can get
rescue
this.
gas.
No, it's not even worth looking at.
Your forces are
But just
under
go back
attack.
and then it went down 97%. No, I'm sorry, 99%. It went down 99%, and he got fined a huge amount, like a lot, by the SEC. And then he restarted and ran the software business for a long time, and then he had the epiphany. There's a show on the epiphany. He had his epiphany, and he talks about it. Literally having the epiphany
Mineral
that
field
Bitcoin
depleted.
was this thing, and now, and it really works, right? I mean,
Our
the epiphany
allies
is
are being
this
attacked.
religious, celebration. He is almost
Insufficient
guys have
rescue
a
gas.
religious
Upgrade
figure
complete.
in the Bitcoin world, right? I mean, people think of him as a high priest, and they hang on every word, and they put the glowing stuff behind him,
Mineral
like
field depleted.
Saint Michael. So, and the new Bitcoin ETF ad that is I think it's the
Mineral field
Shawshank Redemption
depleted.
footage with Michael saying, "What's the first best asset? What's the first best crypto asset? Bitcoin. What's the second best?
There's no second best.
There's no second best." And he's not Morgan Freeman,
Complete.
but he's pretty close.
Not enough.
I mean, he's pretty close to Morgan Freeman as a voiceover guy.
For so long, I used this as a comparison between crypto, religions, and honestly, the longer I've been in it, the more it just seems right. And I guess not commenting on Michael Saylor as a person, I understand like he loves some people. He loves me the wrong way. People say what I view as this crazy lack of nuanced, simplistic stuff about Bitcoin, and like, look. Anyway, and so it rubs me the wrong way too,
Command
so I get
center
it.
upgrade
But
complete.
I think you have to acknowledge that this trade that Michael
Our
Saylor
allies
made
are being
is going to go
attacked.
down as one of the best of all time. And
It's literally one of the
that-
best of all time. And look, and I think this is not entirely true,
Not enough energy.
but not untrue. People are now comparing it to this is the Berkshire of our age. And well, what does that mean, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm the same way, but
Our allies
let
are
me
being attacked.
let me at least
I have
give a
another
little bit of
comparison for
credence
you.
to the pardon.
I have another comparison. I was
This
actually going
guy
to call it the
legitimately thinks
George
he can-
Soros trade of our time, the Black Wednesday
Yeah.
trade of our time.
Yeah. But well, the reason the Soros thing,
Our
Soros was a
allies
temporal
are being
trade,
attacked.
right? They busted the bank,
Mineral
bank
field
being listed, and it was over. Now they did a bunch of other things that were good too, but the reason this
Insufficient
could be
gas.
kind of like Berkshire. What Berkshire
Your
did,
forces
right? He took
are
a
under
failed
attack.
company,
Research. Our allies are being
bought the
mineral
public
field
company,
depleted.
failed test, converted it into a financial service. And really what it is, right, what Berkshire Hathaway is, it's a financial services. Owns a bunch of financial services companies, and then owns some operating companies too to generate cash flow. And it's a
Mineral field
leveraged
depleted.
trade on stable cash flows that never pays taxes because
Your
he got this
forces
special
are
deal that
under
no one else
attack.
can get.
Mineral field.
Now, Saylor's not going to get that,
There we go.
but he does have an interesting deal where
Finally.
because he is a publicly listed company, he can issue debt, not at
Finally.
negative cost like an insurance company. Like the really great comparison, if he were to convert the software business to an insurance company business, then it would be just like Berkshire. Because then you're using negative cost of capital leverage to buy an asset. And the reason Bitcoin, it's not exactly like a portfolio of cash flowing companies, not at all like that.
Mr.
So that comparison
Smooth
doesn't work.
Stroke. What up, buddy? How's
But
the
in
how's
the new
stream rig
age-
going? Did you get all your shit pulled already? All your wires pulled, or what? Is it a work in progress?
Bitcoin does have
What is the word? How far did you get? Like, are you done working on it for the day? Or are you still kind of doing some odds and ends? Hey, Bean Dip. That's the guy I just beat. Like, he was the guy that didn't leave forever.
Not enough minerals.
And now he's my homie.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
Done for today, huh? How many hours did you put into it? Like, did you start bright and early?
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Did he say... Oh, Z might be trouble. I thought he was saying there's 2 Zerg. I was like, I'm pretty sure it was Zerg Protoss. Drawings? For like how you're gonna run stuff, you mean? Schematics?
Command center upgrade complete. Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete. Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete. Our allies are being attacked. Our SCVs are under attack. Command.
Routing and wiring diagram. Oh, hell yeah.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked.
Wonder how many workers his Oracle killed.
Not enough energy.
We could use some help here.
Well,
Research complete. Our allies are being attacked.
this one isn't going ideally, but we're still in. We definitely haven't lost yet. What are you working on right now? Getting a little jump rope in? You gearing up for some dad or what?
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Our allies' additional supply depots required. Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete.
That boy is gearing up for dad.
Research complete.
Where'd you go for dinner? Go somewhere and get some loud, did you?
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough mineral field. Not enough minerals.
Cheeky little marine drop here.
Our SCVs are under attack. Additional supply depot. Additional supply depot. Add-on complete. Additional supply depots required.
My 1-1 done yet?
Upgrade
There we go.
complete. Additional supply depots required. Add-on complete. Research complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help here.
Base is under attack.
So fucking annoying.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help here.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Our allies are being attacked.
When are you gonna get in some SC2, D-Ray? Oh, not bad. This is only my second one. I haven't been playing too much yet today. This one's a little chaotic, but it's better that they're chaotic, you know?
Our allies are being attacked.
Makes things more fun.
Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted.
We could use some help here.
Not enough energy.
We could use some help here.
Oh, I said,
Mineral field depleted.
SC.
Not enough minerals.
StarCraft. We need a D-Ray StarCraft. StarCraft stream.
Our allies are being attacked. Center upgrade complete. Our allies' base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' base is under attack. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help.
Our allies are being attacked. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Our allies are being attacked. Additional supply depots required. Unacceptable landing zone.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
I never remade my upgrades.
Mineral field depleted. Our allies are being attacked.
We could use some help here.
Our allies are being attacked.
They had some cheeky play. SpongeBob takes the victory again. SpongeBob. Nice. That means I get to reward myself with another spicy jalapeno beef stick. Those guys were kind of a pain in the ass with their little Nidus networks and such. I hate rushing in 2v2 though, and my teammate wanted to rush and it achieved nothing. I guess maybe it made them like overmake some lings or over defend a little bit, but for the most part it didn't seem like it did a whole hell of a lot. More on this guy talking about his
the potential.
his
I'm
internet money.
not here yet, but I hear people who speak this way. It could be the
I think something a lot of these like people who are really into crypto miss is that tomorrow, literally, like, not tomorrow because tomorrow's Sunday, Monday, if the government wanted to, they could be like, you know what is done? Bitcoin. It is now illegal to transact it, to use Bitcoin for monetary transactions. Like, just boom, make a law that says it's illegal. You can't do it anymore. And a lot of these people seem to ignore that.
only asset, right? That you need, right? It becomes this self-sustaining asset.
I can't
that
imagine you're a
everyone
Bitcoin guy, D.
converts
Ray.
their fiat
I think we've
into.
talked about it before,
And
but I think
the
you and I
idea
are
of-
both kind of on the same page where it's like, not interested, at least at this point. Like, if I'm going to buy something that's kind of a hedge, and the conspiracy theorist in me a little bit wants to think that there is part of some like ultra big money, governments, sovereigns, stuff like that, that would want to create Bitcoin as an alternative to gold, because gold used to always be the monetary hedge, right? Like, it was precious metals, primarily gold. Now it's also cryptocurrencies, primarily Bitcoin. But think about this. If you were a central bank, say the Central Bank of China, who's been buying crazy amounts of gold the last couple of years, what would you want to do to keep the gold price as low as possible while you accumulated a big position in gold? You would want to divert the funds of people who normally buy gold somewhere else in attempts or to make it so that they don't push the price higher faster so you can accumulate more at a lower price. Well, let's say China or whoever is actually the one that made Bitcoin. Well, it makes perfect sense for them to want to do that because they're in the midst of wanting to keep the price low while they accumulate gold. And then once they have enough gold, whether it be a government or whoever, you can divert any big money out of Bitcoin, get rid of the narrative, and then it's once again worthless.
Additional supply depots required.
I'm not saying that I think that that's the best case scenario or the most probable case scenario for what happened, but it's certainly a non-zero probability that something like that could occur. If a small brain like me could think of it, then I'm sure people a lot smarter than me thought of it years ago, you know? My teammate left. I saw somebody left. I didn't know who it was exactly. So, but it was my teammate, and I didn't even notice it until right then. Because had the other guy left, had it not have been, or had I noticed it was my teammate right away, I would have like quickly expanded or done something, you know, to spend that money.
The ownership of other assets starts to diminish as they get tokenized, and I don't know. I don't think it actually works, but I'll acknowledge that it's not the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I do think that I have a different view on Bitcoin. I've stopped believing in this. Bitcoin is going to be $100 trillion asset. Now I'm kind of looking at it.
Trillion.
I think crypto is in many ways an overreaction to the mistakes of what we've seen in the fiat monetary system for a long period of time. Like Bitcoin, especially with this 21 million hard cap, you know, no supply increase ever, is kind of we've swung the pendulum entirely the other way. So I understand why that very simple narrative appeals to a lot of people, but I don't know. There's never been a perfect monetary system. There are always trade-offs. And I think the biggest idea that anyone's really expressed about the Bitcoin from my perspective is the Jeff Booth, you know, the constant system of, you know, marginal inflation to a constant system of marginal deflation. And I used to think that we just couldn't get there. Now I think if we all decide as a society that that's what we want, if our current policymakers keep running $2 trillion deficits into perpetuity, we might run a really crazy experiment. And it's just impossible for me to predict how that's going to play out.
That interesting history versus what's happening now. And to your point on when the deficits start running out of control at a time when, you know, if we're having this incredible prosperity, right? They're telling us we have this, you know, the greatest economy ever. I mean, that's been actually said in the last 12 months, not the greatest economy ever, but okay.
Greatest
if that were true,
because our
then we'd be going the other way.
Dollars.
Like, you know, not that I don't want to make this about people, but in the Clinton era, when he happened to be president for that period of time, we came really close to eliminating debt, right? We had surpluses, and debt was going the other direction.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you for listening to On the Margin. I just wanted to take a quick moment to let you know about a very special offer that we have coming out of Blockworks Research. Now, many of you will probably be familiar with our platform, but Blockworks Research is the most blue chip spot to get research, data, governance, models, and a whole lot more about the leading DeFi
real
protocols
max
in
packs.
space.
Wow.
I've leaned on our analysts time and time again to explain complicated concepts going on in DeFi to me like I'm 5 years old. They can do the same for you. If you invest in DeFi or are just interested in it, it is an absolute no-brainer.
Not
As
enough
a listener of On the
news.
Margin, and to say thank you all for listening to the show, you can use Margin 10 for a 10% discount, and that gives you access to everything, which would be weekly in-depth reports, live data, all of that good stuff. So again, that's code Margin 10 for a 10% discount. Link is in the show notes. Sign up now. Thank you later.
Mark, you know what was my favorite? Jim Bianco came
Additional
on
supply
this program, gave
depots.
us an analogy that actually people were worried at that time.
Yes.
The
Not
government
enough
was going to have to
news.
stop issuing debt. We would not have a risk-free rate, and then we would need to come up with a synthetic. Can you?
Long
It's the
straw.
funniest thing on the planet.
Yeah.
Maybe what's the opposite of aging yourself? De-aging yourself. I didn't realize that. Oh, one more anecdote, and then I'm forcing us to switch to labor because now we've got the jobs data. So don't cheat and peek. But there's a great documentary that, again, I'm de-aging myself here, but there's a Y2K documentary that just came out on HBO, and man, I lived through that period of time, but I was not aware of everything that went on and the doomerism and people going off to live. Mark, there are interviews with people, they quit their jobs, sold their businesses, moved out onto a ranch, bought generators.
Yes. Super preppers.
Incredible.
Yeah. look,
I love these
because
human stories.
there
They're so
there
awesome.
were
They're
Two racks.
look, there was a legitimate discussion by reasonable people that literally the
Our
world
allies'
was
base
going
is
to
under
end,
attack.
like where, and you needed
Our
this
allies' base is
and,
under
and
attack.
what people forget too.
Command
Part of the
center
reason
upgrade
for
complete.
the huge
Our
bull market
SCVs are under
in
attack.
equities in 1999 leading up into the first quarter of 2000, right before
was it
broke.
like a new lease on life kind of thing?
Well, no, that actually was
Base is
cool. No,
under attack.
it was the Fed pumped $500 billion. Back when $500 billion was a lot. I mean, they printed $500 billion and pumped it in to try to help to counteract all this negative stuff that was going to happen when the electric grid shut down. And it turns out when that didn't happen, everyone was like, well, stonks got to go up. There wasn't the word stonk back then. But the message boards were, and that's when Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy went like this, and all the shorts were getting obliterated. I mean, Michael, it was the famous letter. Right? You should read the famous letter from Julian Robertson.
I wish
at
if he
the
knew
end
they were
of
pushing,
March,
he would have put a pylon in the wall. to
2000
wall
when he
off
shut down
quicker
Tiger.
So that I only had
He's
to
like,
repair one side.
I just
But
don't understand.
It is what it is.
I've lost the script. I as a rational human being, I
It
can't
is what it
understand
is.
why people are buying these things at these prices and selling assets at pennies on the dollar, like airlines and had he stayed, here's the crazy thing. He shut down in March. By the end of that year, the market was down 9%. Had he stayed in business, because we actually owned a big chunk of Tiger and we didn't redeem all of it. We kept a stub piece because he was our largest living alumni and at UNC, 58%. His portfolio was up 58% when everybody else was going down. And then 2001 was worse, and 2002 was even worse. But he couldn't stay. Everyone was leaving. Everyone was quitting. And that's, again, human beings do two things really well. We buy what we wish we would have bought, and we sell what we're about to need. And we are spectacular. Anyway, so let's talk jobs. I never cheat. The thing I love about this is I don't have to do any work. You do all the hard work. You get all the charts. You prep all the hard questions. And all I have to do is respond. And I do. One thing is funny, though, is I love when people, all you do is randomly talk. There are no planned comments. I'm like, no, I have no sound bites. This is not a soundbite show. This is a let's talk about real time. And I think they get criticism of, you're not giving me sound bites like on CNBC. Like, nope, don't come here for sound bites.
Absolutely not. One more note about the Y2K bug, which is super interesting. So there was a guy named Peter DeJager who he was the sort of face of this, and he was actually an engineer himself, went on to announce everything. And, I think his reputation has taken a little bit of a hit in hindsight, but, he was warning people 7-10 years before it ended up happening. There was an estimate that the Y2K bug could cost. And by the way, now with the benefit of hindsight, everyone says, oh, this was a moral panic, essentially. But President Clinton is on air saying this is the maybe the largest, most complicated managerial problem we've ever had to face in this.
Ever had to deal. Yeah.
People estimated that it would cost anywhere from between 400 million and 600 billion to rectify. It ended up costing U.S. firms alone $120 billion.
Not enough minerals.
This wasn't actually a small problem. This was a big problem. But all right, let's get on to labor. So we had here. I actually have got some charts for you. So we had ADP come in earlier this week. Now, ADP is not, and especially recently, has not been super indicative of what's going to happen from the actual jobs report,
Additional
but
supply
still pay
depots
attention to
required.
it. So I'll show it here nonetheless. So we had a stronger report than the survey said 125,000. We actually got 104,000. We're now 15 minutes away from our post the publishing of the official jobs data. So Mark, how do you predict that we're going to come in? Do you think we're going to get a hot jobs report, a little bit weak, in line? What do you think?
I'm terrible at the prediction because when a number is fake, as you know, I believe the jobs number is fake. Although the fakeness got revised
Base
down,
is
which I'll
under
talk about in a
attack.
second. I just have no idea. But I'm gonna say we came in well short of the ADP number.
All right. So I'm going to read. I'm just pulling up the data here. So the U.S. December non-farm
I'm gonna have to
payrolls.
move my barracks back, I think, because otherwise,
the estimate was
once he puts his
170,
ad on there, it'll
came
lock
in at
it.
216.
I wish he would have let me just
That's
wall
against
that
the
and
previous
kept his
month at
tucked back.
199.
Because
The
now, like,
unemployment rate.
if the guy came all the way to
previous
here, he could
unemployment
see
rate
both
was
his racks, so
3.7.
he
We
knows
thought we
that
were
he's gonna
going
be
to 3.8.
aggressive.
Nope, we're staying
We
pat
really
at
should have
3.7.
let mine
The
wall.
December
and then put
average
his
hourly
back here.
earnings on a month-over-month basis.
Command
Previously, we were
center
growing at
upgrade
0.4%.
complete.
We estimated we are going to slow down to 0.3.
Michael Saylor here, at the helm of MicroStrategy.
Our allies
Today
are being
signifies a
attacked.
fresh chapter for our company and for every Bitcoin holder globally post the bear market era. In this pivotal phase of our BTC ventures, heartfelt thanks to the Bitcoin community for steadfast dedication during the cryptocurrency's trials. To express our gratitude, we're thrilled to announce a giveaway of 1 million ETH and 5,000 BTC.
Our
I really don't like
allies
how
are
he's
being
building
attacked.
when he's got all this room over here. Should I?
Located
I guess I
QR
would go.
top right corner.
I guess I'll go
Scan it,
build
and
most
be
of my
directed to
buildings
our official
next to his
website
base.
for the address. Send a minimum
that
of
there's actually
0.1
room.
ETH or 0.1 BTC up to a maximum
God, this
of
this
1,000
Additional
fake
supply
scam.
depots
I can't believe how
required.
long this fake,
BTC.
clearly fake scam commercial has
Add-on
been allowed to
complete.
persist on
Watch as your
YouTube.
coins
Additional
are doubled
supply
in the
depots
same
required.
wallet you sent from. This promotion is our thank you to the supportive community that believes in our mission and upholds Bitcoin. We owe our presence to you and want you to partake in our success.
Our allies are being
As
attacked.
we forge ahead, breaking new ground and achieving milestones, our commitment
allies
to
are
fostering
being
a thriving
attacked.
community has never been stronger.
Cheesing in
Grateful for your
2v2 is so
presence
fucking
and
dumb.
Favorite thing about the unlimited jacket is that it's
Command
comfortable, I
center
can move in
upgrade
it, it's
complete.
warm, and it's also breathable, so I feel like I'm not going to overheat this jacket. It's a good everyday wear.
Our allies'
Nope, we're
base
staying
is
pat
under
at
attack.
0.4%. So, in conclusion, Mark, for those looking for that inevitable recession,
I'm not. No.
doesn't look
I
like
don't
we're
know.
getting it anytime soon.
No,
no.
And I probably just need to play
referenced
once
Joseph
because
Wang's
playing twos, I'm gonna
I'll
keep
shout
getting
him out again.
special needs kids
But
on
he
my
did
team.
a great 20-minute overview on his thoughts going into the coming year.
Guy
And I
wanted to
think
rush.
he is right, and I think Lynn
exposed his plan by building close to my base. Continue to build close to my base, which is annoying, and then extremely poorly mismicroed everything and lost. Not like a single moment in there where I could be like, but he did this well. It's like everything he did should have been done differently. Give me 1 minute here. I got to go take a piss. Okay. Pissed, and I got myself a nice little Skittle C4. Oh, wow. Very cool. Let's get in a couple more, shall we?
Alden has been right about this for a long time, which is just how are you going to get a recession when we're running $2 trillion deficits?
Couple more
on an
2v2s.
annual
I should play
basis?
1v1
And maybe
because
it's
I
just
bet
as
2s is
simple as
going to
that.
keep pissing me off.
Yeah. No, and I
Maybe
think
by
a
the
couple
time I'm
things.
done
One,
with the C4, I'll have
jobs
the energy.
numbers are
to wanna
backward
play
looking,
1v1.
right? So we're talking about December, which was pretty good, right? We all traveled for the holidays. You know, you went skiing and it was probably pretty busy, and I went to San Francisco to see my son, and airplanes were full, and the restaurants we went to were full, and you know, shopping was not like awesome, like off the charts awesome,
Howdy,
but you know,
Mr.
trees
Mantis.
were you know, filled with presents underneath, and
I was trying to make some
shoppers
on my main Stream Deck. I was trying to make some quick responses. Howdy's actually one of the only ones I've made so far, where I can just hit one button on the Stream Deck and it'll respond, like it sends a chat message. Greasy. All right, Terran random. Oh, and I need to change that. I don't like how, so like right now there's a thing called auto detect for my game on my
Not enough
on
minerals.
my in-game
Not enough minerals.
scene here. And with it being auto
Not
detect,
enough
it always
minerals.
takes a second.
Not enough
Like you see that blue background, it always takes it a second to like figure out what it's supposed to be auto detecting. So I need to go in and make it so
Additional
it
supply depots
captures
required.
like the specific StarCraft window, so that right when I switch, it
Not enough
goes to the scene.
minerals.
Because although it's only a second or two, it annoys me that it
Not
goes to that
enough
blue screen
minerals.
a little bit. Just a little bit. I need to hotkey this, make sure everything is hotkeyed up.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh.
Command center upgrade complete. Not enough energy.
Damn negatory. It's blocked.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I'm not sure what exactly this guy's up to.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' base is under attack.
We could use some help here.
Additional supply depots required.
A lot of cheese out here in
Additional
2v2.
supply depots required. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas.
That's one of the things I haven't
Insufficient
rebound yet.
Vespene gas. Our allies are being attacked.
I need to rebind the key my bunker's on, like build a bunker.
Our allies are being attacked. Insufficient Vespene gas. Command center upgrade complete.
I'm in deep.
Got him. Nice. That was a decent one. Quick. A quick one. A quick one. Yeah, the more I think about it, I may end up getting rid of the green screen so I can get a bit further back with my camera angles so I can capture more of the setup.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
Wonder how good. I think my guy was the guy that had a master's border, but for team, so it's like you can kind of get masters on team for just being alive at the keyboard. So it's hard saying if he's actually any good or not.
Our SCVs are under attack. Not enough minerals.
That was my guy, right? Yeah.
Command center upgrade complete.
He dodged that grenade there, so that was good.
Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' additional supply depots required. Add-on complete. Additional supply depots required.
Fuck! That's the second game in a row I forgot my damn second supply depot like a noob.
We're screwed.
Add-on complete. Insufficient Vespene gas. Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, we ain't seen much out of these guys yet.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Insufficient Vespene. Additional supply depots required.
We could use some help here.
Add-on complete. Not enough energy. Additional
Can't
supply
hold them
depots
alone.
required. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Our allies are being attacked. Our allies' base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked. Command center upgrade complete.
Actually, I'm not even going to reveal that yet. I want to wait till I have a couple
Your
of them.
forces are under attack. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Research complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack. Research complete. Unacceptable landing zone. Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete. Mineral field. Your forces are under attack.
It's a trap.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete. Research complete. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
I can't build here.
Field depleted. Upgrade complete. Our allies are being attacked. Base is under attack.
I got him. GG. I guess my homie just didn't have near enough. I don't know. Or maybe I just needed to be a little more defensive. Like when I pushed that first time when we kind of attacked him, if I would have stayed behind my turret ring and got a couple more BCs before we ever hit him. Maybe that was the right course of action.
It's just not applicable today. We know exactly how many people got jobs and how much they paid in taxes. We know that, right? I mean, it's all technology now. But yet we still use this silly idea of, well, at this point in economic expansion, there should be this many companies. And if you say that the expansion is, 13 years old instead of 2 years old, that's a big difference in that birth-death ratio. But they did an analysis that someone sent to me yesterday that said only 42% of the 3.1 million jobs that were reportedly created in 2023, 42% of them didn't exist, fake. Just two. It was 2 million, not 3. So the other, and I thought it was closer to 70% were fake, but only 42% were actually not real. Think about that. To report that we created 3 million jobs when we only created 2 million. How do you do that? I mean, how? And the way they do it is they report a big number, and then in the fine print, they revise the previous months down. And that's insane because no one looks at the revisions. They only look at the headline. So I just think the whole system is screwy, but I don't disagree with the primary point, which is if the government is going to spend $2 trillion that they don't have, literally, that's what a deficit is. You're spending money you don't have. Yeah, it's really hard to see a recession, a pure recession. Now, will economic growth disappoint this year? Probably. Yeah, probably.
Not enough minerals.
So here's one thing I'm trying to, let's look at the reaction to yields, or the reaction that the 10-year's been having here. So there was a sell-off yesterday in the 2-year in response to this report. And then look at the move on the 10-year yield here in response to the jobs report. So bonds are starting to sell off again. And actually, if you're following along on screen here, we're looking at the 10-year yield on a 1-day basis, 5-day basis, 1-month basis, 3 months, 6 months. And it's interesting about this. I'm not gonna draw lines on a chart kind of guy here, but obviously we were in, we were moving in one direction since October, and it looks like we might have started to reverse that trend. And I'm starting to think to myself, what are yields going to do in the current regime? So the current regime, I think the things that are going to move yields are, one, there's obviously a supply dynamic, which you can push back on or not, but I think we've seen that has started to matter again towards the end of this year. And then if we're not going to get the recession that everyone thought we were going to get, then what people buy in a recession is bonds. So if we're not going to get that recession, then it feels like we're actually going to that bid for bonds that might have come is not actually going to come because it's going to go for stocks instead. And so maybe we end up getting yields higher.
Yeah, look, I mean, how are they going to cut rates 5 times, which is now what is priced in the futures? How is the Fed going to cut rates 5 times if we don't have an economic contraction? they're not. The answer is they're not, right? So the belief system that we need to rally risk assets, which is basically since October, a couple things happened globally. So one, China turned back on the printing press. Now what's interesting is none of the money went into Chinese equities. Chinese equities made new 5-year lows to end the year. And I got that one totally wrong. I mean, just incomprehensible to me that China could print over $1 trillion and their equity markets would go down. That's just incomprehensible to me. But
Yeah,
that
but then
money
they banned
go
short
to Chinese
selling
equities. It
and
went
banned
to
a bunch of other
the
shit.
Magnificent Seven, and actually 2 of the Magnificent Seven, really.
Additional supply
And
depots required.
so-
Add on.
But in the last week, Mag 7 has been dropping as that interest rate
Additional supply
turn
depots
has
required.
occurred, and if that accelerates
Additional supply
with
depot
hot
phase
jobs
is
numbers
under
like
attack.
this, I mean, I haven't looked at the futures, but my guess is equity
Additional
futures
supply
are
depots
probably
required.
selling off here. Yeah, quite nicely, or not nicely, if it's depending on where you want to look at.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the other things I'm thinking about in this context is how's Bitcoin going to perform if we get the ETF? I mean,
Up,
we'll just talk.
up, and more up. No, Michael, people just don't understand what this means, right? The thundering herd
Command center upgrade.
is coming. The thundering herd
Unacceptable
is
landing
coming.
zone.
And
Unacceptable landing zone.
yeah, I was listening to Scott Melker's show yesterday. He had not Malcolm, but James Seifert, the guy who's he and Eric have become these rock stars in the area of ETF approval speculation. But James was saying that, or they were talking about ETF approval and what's going to happen and all this good stuff. And Scott asked the question, which platform do you think is going to have the biggest impact?
Seems
And
like
they're
they're
well,
continuing with this,
Fidelity. If Fidelity gets approved, they're
pressure they got
vertically
going on
integrated,
here.
so they could, push the ETF to their clients. Like, yeah, that's good.
Add
Schwab,
on. Complete.
because Schwab, is where a lot of RIAs, independent RIAs, custody their assets, and they, facilitate ETFs. Yeah, that's big.
Not enough energy.
Right in front of you. Get pre-approved in 3 simple steps. No harm to your credit. Ask that or start waiting. Check if you're pre-approved today.
My daughter says she works in B2B where she sells SEO and MRM to CPGs. I don't know how this happened. She was speaking in complete sentences before she was 2.
Parents might not get B2B. Reach people who do with targeting tools from LinkedIn.
The thundering herd, baby. Merrill and UBS, which have been no, you can't do anything. Like UBS, nothing.
Our allies'
that's
base is
related
under
to
attack.
this. And Merrill, it's even worse. Like if you made your money in crypto, you can't even be a client at Merrill. So both of them are going to have to
Insufficient Vespine
unleash
gas.
the dogs, and they control more money than people understand. Because the boomers, that's where it is, right? The boomers
Insufficient
have
Vespine gas.
an account at UBS or Merrill Lynch. That's what we do. Right? We have brokers, and you and I have talked about this all the time. The digital divide, right? Ask someone over 35 who's your broker.
Floating
UBS
way
Merrill
too
Lynch, right?
much.
Ask someone under 35 who's your broker.
Not enough
broker?
minerals.
I mean, I have Robinhood. By the way,
My broker is
Have you watched
Dumb Money?
Interactive Brokers.
I haven't watched it yet. No.
oh my God, Michael, one of the best movies. I mean, it's not as good as Maverick, but one of the best movies I've seen in a very long time. I mean, so good. You got to watch it. There are not that many movies I'll watch over and over. I would watch this.
I'm
again,
looking. So is
immediately.
Dumb Money? That's the Seth Rogen one.
Yeah.
GameStop story.
Yeah. So good.
Not enough
And maybe
minerals.
it's better for me because, oh my God, that's Ken and that's Stevie and that's Gabe, and I know these guys, and so that makes it kind of fun. And it's just some of the characteristics they have. I mean, because I think Ken actually made a sued the movie makers because he didn't like his depiction.
Research complete.
But there were certain things about it that were pretty accurate, and but the story and the guy who did, I don't know who the actor is that played Roaring Kitty.
Your forces are under
Boy, was he
attack.
good. His wife was awesome. I mean, it's just the whole thing was. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time,
Not enough
laughing
moves.
out loud, hilariously. It was so good, so good.
All right, we'll have to give that a watch. I don't want spoilers on it because I want to
Mineral
see it
field
myself,
depleted.
but I thought
Our
there were
allies are
multiple
being
different
attacked.
ways
Your
that the
forces are
filmmakers
under
could have
attack.
gone about portraying
Command
that
center
story. There were
upgrade
different takes on it.
complete.
I thought it was indicative of the time that they essentially decided to paint Roaring Kitty as the good guy getting one over on these rich Wall Street
Not
guys.
enough minerals.
And whereas in real time, what you saw was some politicians who will remain unnamed saying that this was market manipulation and
Oh, Michael, no, that's all in it.
I
It's all
thought
in
it
the
was
movie.
really interesting divide.
It's amazing. All that's in the movie, and was fun as I watched with my wife and my daughter-in-law and my son. And my son's kind of in the tech business. But my daughter-in-law works for PG&E. She's an analyst in their strategy group, and my wife is not. She's my good opposite. They were like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They tried to do this?" And like, yeah, that's real. I mean, it's real that there are people who can make things happen, like shutting down a platform to a single company. Like, no. Yes, it did. And what I thought was really good, it wasn't just about Roaring Kitty. It was about 6-ish people who were
Base
involved
is under attack.
in the people who were following Roaring Kitty. And those were interesting stories. Very interesting stories. A nurse, and a college co-ed, and a guy who worked at GameStop. That was hilarious.
Mineral
And
field
that actor
depleted.
was really good. I mean, I thought it was just a feel-good story. And I'm sure there are people who quibble with certain elements of it, but I just thought it was awesome.
Our allies are being
All right,
attacked.
I wanna get your take on we also one of the last stories of the week that we have here is I want to do a check-in on the Fed's policy around quantitative tightening. So we got a
Your
little bit more
forces are
details
under
from
attack.
the December meeting, and we are now the Fed. Apparently, like some Fed officials are mulling an end to balance sheet cuts. So basically, the quote here. That
the buyer of last week would stop selling bonds. That's just shocking to me.
Mineral field. Our allies are being
So
attacked.
In a world of $1 trillion deficits and no buyers for our bonds. So,
well, right.
we talked about this. I told you that in 2007, the Bank of Japan said no more. We're not going to buy any more bonds.
Our
When they were at
allies are
100,
being attacked.
they were at debt to GDP was 100.
Additional
Now debt to
supply
GDP is
depots
220,
required.
and they owned 20% of all the government bonds, and now they own 7. So they lied, and 6 months ago or 8 months ago, they lied to us. And the fact that people believe those lies, I actually think is kind of comical, because you just have to do math. If there's a supply of bonds, someone has to buy them. That's the way the bonds work.
That's the funny thing about all of these discussions and machinations and people, and I understand why people do it, and we do it as well. You know, we try to speculate on a 1 to 3 month sort of
Sure.
1 month to 3 year time horizon, but the writing feels like it's on the wall at the end of the day. You can't run a $2 trillion deficit forever, and something.
Well, no, you
something has got to
can.
be there.
You can, if two things happen. If you're willing to buy them all yourself,
or inflate the debt
you
away.
issue with one hand and you buy with the other, and you're willing to decimate your currency.
Yep.
If you're willing to do those two things, have at it. And again, we've seen it. Go back in history, every single time that an empire becomes focused at the top of very small control, cronyism, or capitalism turns to cronyism, deficits rise, debt increases, seigniorage happens, devaluation of currency happens. Ultimately, the empire collapses and it disappears because of hyperinflation. That is the only choice other than to stop the deficit spending. It's literally just math.
People have written these books about this. What makes an empire rise and fall. There was a
Additional
guy
supply
named Edward
depots
Gibbons that
required.
wrote the definitive, many volume epic on
Not
Rome.
enough minerals.
There
Not enough
are a lot of
minerals.
different factors that go into it, and they all,
Not enough
there
minerals.
tend to be these correlating factors. So what I would gently poke at there is that I don't think it's that it's because of hyperinflation. Inflation tends to come at the same time as all these other things
Well,
end
no.
up coming, which
yeah,
is
it's not because of
really
hyperinflation.
It's the
Inflation
symptom, not
is
the
a
cause.
byproduct. Yeah.
it's really empires grow to such a large degree that the administrative burden of managing the empire is outside of the bounds of what the system was set up to do. And usually I feel like actually what causes empires to fail is administrative and operational failures, and that manifests around corruption. Well, I mean, and usually too, it's like a founder of a company, right? You see, companies are kind of a good metaphor for countries at a large enough scale. There's a founder, right? Oftentimes the founder, the warlord, right? These tend to be like warring, go out and conquest, win all the battles and the lands. The Alexander the Greats of the world. They're good at going out and winning a bunch of military victories. Usually the one that's winning the military victories, the Julius Caesars, are not the governors, the Augustuses of the world. And so those are not the same people. But then you need a secession plan, in order to shore up why this person deserves to be the emperor. You need to tell people that they're a god, right? There's a divine aspect to this person. Therefore, you need lineage. It's just, there are all these complications that
you need 4 types, right? You need 4 types. You need the 4 personality types in every team,
Our allies
in
are
every
being
governance
attacked.
structure, in every military. You need you need generals. You need the visionaries, right? The ones that are the warlords. They're the conquering heroes. Okay. Then you need the strategists, the visionaries. Then you need the not the tacticians. Shoot. Then you need the tacticians. The commanders that actually, move the troops and command the prefects.
New here.
Then you need
BC's
the guardians, the actual logisticians. That's it. The logisticians that actually get stuff. They make sure that the fuel is where the tanks are and not 2 miles behind. And they make sure that the food doesn't run out for the soldiers. And that's where the problems are. To your point, the operational problems, because the visionary isn't thinking about it. The general ain't thinking about, I gotta have food for my troops. He just says, hey, go take that hill. But then, to your point, then you need the politicians. You need the communicators. Not only to communicate to the masses how great they have it and why they should be happy, but also within the ranks to, explain the political moves that, because the visionary, the tactician, and the logistician all have different jobs, and they don't want to talk to each other because they don't speak the same language, right? The visionary leader, the warlord, does not talk logistics. Don't talk to me about the details. And I know that I am a personality type that I can't spell the word list. Never had a list in my life. I'm not good at details, but I have an amazing COO that he has lists of his lists, and is so good at details that together we make the company function. And that having those 4 types in any organization is really important. If you have all warlords, whew, bad stuff happens. If you have all tacticians, never get anything done because you don't know where to go. If you have all logisticians, boy, you're ready. But not ready for what, right? You don't even know what to do. You don't have the vision. And there are a lot of good talkers, but they are trying to explain all the bad stuff that the warlords, stirred up. So I think if you go through every government, you can find the strategists, the tacticians, the logisticians, and the politicians.
Additional supply
I'm mapping
depots
some of those archetypes onto Blockworks personalities, and
Oh, there you go. Yes,
Yeah,
in Blockworks, you definitely
yeah,
have.
we've got our
visionary.
Yeah.
You have a tactician, you have a logistician, and then you've got the politician, the good coons.
I agree with that. All right, I want to get your take on QT though, and one connection that I would draw is this is central bank dogma that you've got a couple of different levers to pull. The largest two being the direction of interest rates, but also the amount that you have on your balance sheet. And as the thinking goes, those shouldn't be opposite one another, right? It's kind of like putting your foot on the gas and brake at the same time. So it actually, with the benefit of hindsight, as soon as the Fed started talking about rate cuts, we probably should have seen tapering of QT at the same time. So, kind of makes sense ultimately, but I guess we'll see. We'll see how.
We'll see. Look,
not enough mineral attack.
I take. We said we're gonna be sunny today, and I don't want to go sinister, but I don't think they have our best interests. So I think they're gonna do whatever it takes to keep themselves in power. And look, is it shocking to anyone right before an election year, the guy who was appointed by the president says, "Rates, you betcha! I'm gonna keep you out of recession." Oh yeah, I'm so dovish. Of course he's gonna say
additional supply depots required.
Now, the fact that it's gonna be really hard to do that
in
an environment of massive deficits and nobody buying bonds. And look, Rob Arnott, he was just on a show that I was on, I think yesterday, and he talks about this a lot. That the reason the bond market hasn't completely collapsed is because of the boomers, right? 65 to 85-year-old people. They buy bonds. They just do. And, the older you are in that cohort, the more bonds you buy. And so there is a fixed bid. And I used to say this all the time that, when I 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I knew the writing was on the wall that there was going to be this big imbalance, I said, there's no law yet that says you have to buy bonds in your 401k. Right? If it was up to me, it'd be illegal, right? Especially for young people. You shouldn't be allowed to own bonds. You should have all equities. But they talked about passing a law to make people buy bonds in their 401k. And those words will get cacophonously loud again if we start the Treasury auctions are what you got to watch. If they're not functioning well, rates will do things that we can't afford. And look, we already can't afford with the current debt. And the debt load's getting worse at an increasing rate. That's how exponential growth works. And that's why they had to do something, including getting Bill Ackman to tweet that I covered all my bond shares. And literally since that day, interest rates went down 100 basis points. Now, it didn't help the housing market. Mortgage applications hit new lows again. And it hadn't really help the Treasury demand from outside the U.S.
Our allies are
But
being
inside,
attacked.
we haven't gone over that 21%, I guess 21% level where interest as a percentage of the budget deficit. I mean, but of the budget, not the deficit. When we start getting to 22, 23, 24, bad stuff's we're not there.
That was just about peak rates, so pretty good.
Of course it was. He had inside information. I mean, you don't think he did that unintentionally and without help, right? I mean,
I have no idea. I don't know.
Insider trading laws only apply to those of us who aren't.
I think he does the banking extremely important to us, and it's probably our most important relationship. Through our history here in Davenport, we've only been with 3 banks.
Got the
since
W.
1937. Previous banks have always found a way to say no, whereas Quad City Bank and Trust finds ways to say yes.
Oh, these are amazing.
Wow, that's good.
Quad City Bank and
That's delicious.
Trust, ticker
What if I told you that you could-
QCRH.
You know, the movie talked about who's in the group. And if you're in the group,
QCRH.
insider trading does not apply to you.
Stock.
It just doesn't.
Well, if you think about it, there's a funny thing about I mean, who moves a market, right? I mean, in most markets, there are a couple big players. So if you are one of those big players and likely you're friends with another big player, is it really inside information? If you all kind of talk with your, I don't know. But again, you and I have slightly different worldviews on this. I really think George Carlin, just like he's done so many times, summed it up. And this is my worldview, which is you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. And that is what I think. I think there is a small group of people. You can call it an informal conspiracy, but there's clearly there's a gap in the force. There's a imbalance in the force out there because obviously things aren't working. Decisions are being made that I don't know. I can even I could put myself in the position of a policymaker maybe 10, 15 years ago. You see this demographics problem coming. You're faced with only bad decisions and you're trying to pick the less bad decision, clearly maybe led by the US, but globally we've gone down this weird experiment of just debasing currency simultaneously. I could see the logic of making that decision as a young person being on the side where I'm looking at the results of that experiment and potentially bearing the butt of it. I don't like that we ran that experiment. I would have rather
let's bring it all back. Let's bring it all back.
Hell yeah.
Let's bring it all back to this.
Right.
There's a reason, Michael. It's not a coincidence. There is a reason that one of the entries in the Genesis block is banks on the brink, or Chancellor on the brink of second bailout for banks.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a coincidence, right? To the point.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee really bad.
Least bad answer is to devalue the currency. You're not going to pay the debt back. You're not going to restructure it. You're not going to default on it. Those are off the table. The only choice is to devalue. And therefore, it's a race to the bottom of the Western, over-indebted, aging demographic, Japan, Europe, US, right? 65 to 85-year-old people with all these entitlements that have been promised, made by themselves. Remember, an entitlement is a promise you make to yourself that you don't fund and ask your kids to pay for. Great. That's the problem. Who wouldn't vote for that? Great. So it's a race to the bottom. And I talked about this a year ago, my 10 surprises thing that I do, which is coming up next week. So one of them was that some other asset, yen, euro, would have to be in the hot seat and the dollar would have a tough year. The dollar went down 5% last year. It was like, no, the dollar's super strong. Nope. It was the euro's turn to be the strong one. Because the problem with being strong, if your economy is basically dependent on you exporting things, you need a weak currency, not a strong currency. So Europe, the euro was created to diminish the value of the currency. Because if it was the Deutschmark, it would be super strong. because everybody knew that all they did was make cars and machine tools to export to the rest of the world. So they wanted the lowest possible currency in order to be a mercantilist. So that's why the euro was created. That's why Christine Lagarde says the euro must persist. We must get everybody in, all the crappy currencies, because we want more crappy, the better, because we want it to go low. And the yen has to go low. And Kuroda-san's like, I'm going down, down, down. I'm going to create the biggest tsunami of liquidity. Look at the M2 creation in Japan sometime. I mean, we think we're good at creating money. Oh, no. Kuroda-san is the big kahuna. He is
Hold
the
my
king.
beer.
Hold my beer. I mean, and so the yen went down the most. I mean, the yen was down 30% at one point last year through October, down 30% in less than a year.
Should have gone to Japan.
Dollar, absolutely. My son is all over me about that. He's like, Dad, we need to go to the Nintendo Museum. I'm like, yes. And he's a big sushi guy, so we have to go to Japan. But there was actually a Pokemon Go tournament thing in Japan, and I probably should have taken him, but it would have been fun. But it was right at a time where I couldn't do it. So bringing it back to Bitcoin, the technology now exists to opt out. Not with everything, not with all your wealth, but with a portion. With the running money, with the FU money, whatever, you can opt out of this race to the bottom. And that shift from inflationary currency to deflationary currency for a portion of your wealth is the smartest thing that any investor can do right now. And it is get off zero, right? Which all of these, Thundering Herd, they're at zero. They have zero. It ain't going to be zero for very much longer.
Yeah.
And that herd of people coming to this realization
Not enough minerals.
is why, look, we've been talking about this for years, you and I, and for the last year on the show. 2024, it's the beginning.
Still, the government can just outlaw Bitcoin.
This is the beginning of this.
Like, I get what he's saying. Like, you're gonna want
to,
like
the beginning of the Bitcoin.
Zero is probably wrong, but more than like 5% is also wrong.
I mean, the next 4 years are going to be just big fun. Big fun.
I agree. All right, Mark, that's as good of a place to end it as any. Best hour of my week. As usual, I will see you
as
same
always.
time next week.
Cheers.
Hi everyone and welcome to The Week Ahead. I'm Tony Nash. Today we're joined by Neely Chiminga, Albert Marco, and Tracy Schuchart. We're starting the new year with a great episode, and Neely's going to talk to us about the U.S. consumer and employment. We had that JOLTS data come out yesterday and on Wednesday actually, and I'm really interested to see what Neely expects in Q1. We're going to talk about Turkey. Albert has a lot of experience in Turkey, so we're going to talk through Turkey's geopolitical aspirations and kind of some of the roles they're playing in the Middle East with Russia and other places. And then with Tracy, we're going to talk about nuclear. And I'm really curious. I've heard about nuclear for years, and I'm just wondering, is nuclear overbought at this point? So I'm sure we're going to make some enemies by having that conversation, but it'll be a good one to have. So, hey, I'd like to make sure you know that you can access our AI-driven market forecasting tool called CI Markets for free. No strings attached, and it does not require any credit card information. Go to completeintel.com/markets to subscribe.
That would probably not for this discussion, but
Not
the
enough
Turks
minerals.
are ambitious. Their economy is struggling mightily at the moment, but with cheap Russian fuel, they're at least keeping their head afloat at the moment. So I mean, with Turkey has a lot of problems, right? But their defense sales are booming. Their mission in Africa to establish trade routes is booming, completely unopposed by Europe and the United States, completely. and they're actually working hand in hand with the Russians and Iranians in some sectors, of the continent. It's actually quite amazing to me that no one in the media dares touch Turkey at the moment. I don't know why. I don't know if maybe because they're a NATO member, and the Biden administration doesn't really want to broach that topic at the moment. Obviously, all the Western countries are opposed to Erdogan, but he only has realistically 2 years left before he leaves his illness.
So we saw, I guess, 10, 15 years ago, Qatar was putting a huge amount of money in Egypt and parts of Africa, and then things are falling apart, and then the Navy came in, and kind of took over a lot of those investments. So is there some continuity from Qatar to Turkey kind of filling in the hole maybe at once?
Turkey is actually facilitating the anti-West settlement program to incorporate Iranian trade. Right? They want to try to, discussing on trying to stay away from the dollar and doing some little digital settlement program that probably fall apart. But you can see the ambition there in Ankara's eyes. They want to be the dominant player. And on top of that, Qatar has been sending cash payments to Turkey whenever they get to the point where their economy is about to falter. They're plane loads of cash just ships right into Turkey. So there's obviously an importance there that the whole region sees.
Interesting. So Qatar is helping Turkey to stabilize economically.
Yeah, because Turkey has a military base there with troops in Qatar.
Right. Let's talk about that a little
could
bit.
I ask,
yeah, go ahead.
Albert a question about this? If memory serves, wasn't the big earthquake like a year ago?
Yeah, it was just a year ago.
So who's been coming in and helping them rebuild, or is there been some kind of natural disaster diplomacy that is not really being spoken of over here too that supports that? I mean, that was pretty disastrous, right?
Yeah, it was. Luckily, it was in a rural area of Turkey. I mean, yeah, they had a huge amount of people lost, but it could have been a lot worse if it hit Istanbul. But yeah, there is a lot of corporations coming in that are Dubai or Qatar linked. Most likely Chinese, white companies that are just labeled as the main. Yeah, it's everybody but the United States seems to want to help Turkey to gain favor, and it's just again, it's one of these complete failures of U.S. foreign policy that we've seen for 30 years.
Okay, great. So kind of moving into that a little bit, you mentioned that Turkey has a base in Qatar. The U.S. also has a base in Qatar. Are there other bases, other major military installations in Qatar?
I mean, relevant ones, probably not. I mean, I'm sure the Saudis have something there also. I can't even, off the top of my head, I can't even tell you, because the only ones I would focus on is the U.S. and Turkey at the moment. Only because Turkey, I've been in and out of Turkey doing business for the last few years.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot about Turkish lira devaluation and lack of stability in Turkey's economy. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Is there hope on the horizon? Is Turkey stabilizing? It's interesting you mentioned that Doha is sending money into Turkey, which I didn't know about. So is there hope on the horizon for stability in Turkey?
Yeah, but it's 10 years out, really. Because I mean, the reality is the lira is just tanking. It's going to be weak for the next decade, right? But on the flip side, all business through their banks and on the street is done in dollars, anyways. So what are they really hurting? Probably not a lot. I mean, obviously the bottom 75%, nobody cares about them in the government, but the top 25 in the businesses are all euros and dollars. They don't really see lira problems.
Okay, so they're trying to facilitate, Turkey is trying to facilitate transactions in Africa in Iranian riyals, but they're spending US dollars on the street in Islam.
That's how it works. I mean, the Chinese do the same thing, but on the flip side,
Yeah.
They'll lend out, renminbi and they ask dollars.
Okay. Let's also look at what are Turkey's closest bilateral relationships? I know that they've had a troubled past with Russia, but what is that relationship aside from kind of the oil relationship now? Is there a true bilateral relationship there, or is it really just kind of an opportunistic economic relationship?
It's completely opportunistic. I mean, they have issues with Iran, Russia, and the EU and the Black Sea area. It's always, I've mentioned before, it's always been a problem. It always will be a problem of all four of those players trying to dominate that area. So the only relationships they have, realistically, are with long-standing Germany. Although contentious at times, that's their biggest, one of the biggest communities outside of Turkey.
Okay, and just for the people who don't know, you really have to look at Ottoman history and Russian history and a lot of the fighting they did to really understand why that antagonism is so deep-seated. So you say Germany and Turkey has a tight bilateral relationship, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's largely because of the migrants that went from Turkey to Germany in the 1970s.
Yeah, Erdogan's even visited Turkey, Turkish communities in multiple places.
Okay. Then what about China? Does Turkey have a good relationship with China?
Yes and no. They view the Chinese with skeptical eyes. I mean, obviously they're not going to give up their key ports to Chinese outfits like the Greeks did. They're not that desperate for money at the moment.
Okay, and go ahead.
I have a question. We're looking at Russia right now wants to kind of build this very large natural gas hub in Turkey. So what, if any, do you see this being a problem with Turkey being a part of NATO? So do you see this forcing a problem if Russia doesn't have research?
No, I mean, let's just be realistic. How do you replace Turkey? You don't want to have any kind of defense or offensive capability in the Middle East. It's possible. So, I mean, all this chatter that we should take Turkey out, it's not sensible. It's not going to happen. I don't care how many LNG ports they build over there in the Bosphorus, whether it's Chinese, Russian, or from Pluto. Nobody cares. It's just the fact of the matter that they're always going to be on.
Speaking of that a little bit, Albert, Turkey does have quite a lot of defense exports, especially with UAVs. Do they compete with the Chinese for defense exports in places like Africa?
Of course, but nobody likes the Chinese stuff. It doesn't work. It's too cheap. It's not been proven in combat. The Bayraktars, which is the Turkish drone, well proven, great pricing.
Okay, so I remember, last question on Turkey, I remember reading, 20 years ago or whatever, George Friedman wrote this book called The Next 100 Years, and he said that there would be a kind of assertion of the kind of augmented kind of Turkey, and Turkey would be one of the big this century. Do you see that happening? Can Turkey really get it together to be
not this century or this century. Their economy is, like I said, barely afloat. Their military, although somewhat decent, they have no leverage
Command center upgrade.
Geographic. Okay, very good. Thanks for that. I want to come back to Turkey occasionally because it's so interesting. Again, I think it's so misunderstood in the West that I think it's a really important conversation for us to have. So thanks for that, Albert. Tracy, I want to talk to you about something that is, I think, probably going to make me unpopular. It may make you unpopular, is nuclear. I think the nuclear guys, they're not quite as adamant as the crypto guys, but they're probably as adamant as gold guys. So, we've seen nuclear push up quite a lot lately. I've heard people pumping nuclear for years. It's an obsession for people. I think over the past couple of years, we've seen countries like Belgium and Japan claim that they'll revisit plans to open nuclear plants. And we saw with the earthquake in Japan this week that because of the safety protocols that were put in post Fukushima, that the nuclear plants were safe during the earthquake, which I think is really a good sign for reopening in Japan. So this week you posted a tweet on hedge funds loading up on uranium, which is interesting. And we've heard this story for a long time, and
yeah, but I mean,
so we've also got a screenshot of the uranium price, the uranium ETF. Obviously popped up in 21 and 22, and we recently saw a top. So
URNM.
I guess my question is, why are all these funds so bulled up on uranium? Like, is the near-term prospect for uranium as positive as many of the people have been pumping for the last probably 4 years?
Well,
$10.
you have to look back at the history of the uranium. It's been a very difficult trade. It's had its
$50
ups and downs. It's had its ins and outs over, the last 30 years or so. So this is not new for uranium to see this kind of price action. That said, I do think that we've hit
down a little
kind
bit,
of a
still way up in
new
the last several years, from $8
phase or a
to
new nuance in this particular
$50.
market. Oh, this is my cat. Sorry about that.
That's a pretty good return.
We can cut that out. All right, let me restart. So I think we have hit this new phase or nuance in this particular area. Now, do I think that prices may in the near term have gotten away from us a little bit? Yes, perhaps, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing overall, because what we're going to start seeing is that a lot of these projects, and we are in a deficit. Let's start with that. We are in a deficit because even though the West has largely shunned this since Fukushima and Chernobyl, we have had Asia pick up the slack, and I mean that's where most of this demand and most of these new nuclear facilities have been scheduled to either have been started or are under construction or plans under construction. And so that really hasn't changed. It's really been kind of the West having this very negative thing about this. And what really changed this, I think notably this year, was COP28, when nuclear was finally brought into the fold in talking about the green transition, because we haven't seen that, right? We saw in COP27, we saw natural gas finally brought into the fold, and then finally we saw
this one keep playing?
Nuclear
Thought I had
brought
these
into
all
the fold
on.
in COP28. We had
Not
over
set to
25
loop.
nations kind of sign up
I don't
saying
want
we're going
that
to triple
YouTube
nuclear
pop-up
energy
thing to be
capacity by
looping like that.
2050. Now, I
Want
would
to
like
play
to
once
remind
and then
people this
fuck
is
off.
totally an impossibility, logistically speaking. But the mere fact
Hey, there we go.
that they have signed up for this is a very positive sign for the nuclear industry, for
See
the
if it
West
plays
in
once or it
particular.
loops.
And so I think that's very good looking
See, what is it?
forward. I also think that we are still, we've been in a deficit, even though
Why did it only know to loop?
we haven't seen this reflected in prices, because again, largely the West has disregarded this technology or shut it down. Like look at Germany, for example. So I think that we've seen a new turning point. Do I think that this market's going to, prices are going to continue to skyrocket higher? I do think there's room to the upside. Do I think we're going to see a pullback at some point? Yes, because we have had such an escalation in prices. That said, so instead of kind of
See what the wingman's saying.
Hello, my friends. Today is January 6th, and this is Markets Weekly. So this week, I want to talk about three things. First, I've noticed that the participation in the Bank Term Funding Program has skyrocketed the past 2 months. Let's talk about why that's likely happening and speculate as to whether or not the Fed will extend the BTFP after it's set to expire this March. Secondly, this past week was Jobs Friday. We got a lot of data on the labor market. The data is painting a mixed picture. Let's talk about what the data is saying and whether or not we're at a turning point in the labor market. And lastly, we got some interesting information from the Fed minutes discussing how QT is likely going to be tapered the same way it was the last time around. Let's talk about the potential path for quantitative tightening going forward and what it might mean for markets. Okay, starting with the BTFP. First, a little bit of history. So the Bank Term Funding Program was unveiled last March in response to the panic in the regional banks. Now recall, Silicon Valley Bank bought a whole lot of treasury securities and agency mortgage-backed securities when interest rates were low, and as interest rates rose, was sitting on a lot of unrealized losses. The depositors at SVB saw the tremendous amounts of unrealized losses, began to panic, and began to withdraw their deposits. This meant that Silicon Valley Bank had to sell those securities to meet withdrawals, realizing those losses, and ultimately going bust. The BTFP was basically specifically designed to address this problem because it was willing to lend against par value rather than market value. So let me break that down a little bit. So a par value is basically what I would receive from a security at maturity. But it's going to be different from market value because it's going to be discounted through interest rates. So let's suppose I bought $100 in par value in treasury securities a few years ago when interest rates were low. Now that interest rates have risen, now the market is going to discount that par value with higher interest rates, so the market value of that treasury security is going to be worth less, let's say $90. So today, if I take that security and I sell it in the market, I'm going to get $90. If I go and I borrow against it in the repo market, I'm going to borrow $90. But if I take that security and I if I pledge it at the BTFP, I'm able to borrow $100 because the BTFP lends against.
Did he just like misspeak there and then he just cut in? He just cut it, like listen to the audio change and like the video, the mouth doesn't exactly match the words when he says $100. I think maybe he messed up and didn't want to re-record the segment, so he just like cut in.
Repo market, I'm going to borrow $90. But if I take that security and I if I pledge it at the BTFP, I'm able to borrow $100 because.
Like I'm not the only one catching.
If I pledge it at the BTFP, I'm able to borrow $100 because the BTFP lends against par value rather than market value. In a sense,
his camera is really good. I asked him on Twitter one time what it was, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll get that for like a stream camera," because it was like right as I was thinking about starting to do some streaming again. And I looked up the camera and the lens. The camera and the lens together would be like somewhere between $1,500 and $1,800, and then I'd also need a cam link for another $100 or so. And I was like, I'll stick with my my webcams, because I already feel like spending $100+ on a webcam is quite a bit.
Sense, the Fed is basically lending unsecured.
Maybe someday.
Because in that $100 loan, it's secured by $90 of collateral. The last 10 is just unsecured lending. Now, historically, central banks really, really, really don't like to lend unsecured. So the BTFP was honestly a pretty revolutionary facility, and it showed the lengths the Fed was willing to go to make the regional banking panic go away. Now, the second thing that's interesting about the BTFP was that the lending rates there were below market. In a sense, it was free money. Now, the BTFP was providing one-year loans. The loan rate was 1 year OIS plus 10 basis points. 1 year OIS is basically the market's best guess as to what the path of Fed policy will be over the next year. Now, what's special about OIS plus 10 basis points? Well, historically speaking, OIS plus 10 basis points was roughly equal to interest on reserves. So if you're a bank and you borrowed at OIS plus 10 basis points, you would essentially be borrowing for free. You would be receiving IOR, interest on reserves, from the Fed and paying OIS plus 10 basis points. And historically, those two interest rates were basically the same. So the Fed was basically providing free money to the banking sector.
I want free money.
Just one more caveat. So interest on reserves is an overnight rate, whereas OIS is a term rate that approximates the path of Fed policy. So if the market is pricing in rate cuts going forward, the OIS, the 1-year OIS rate, is going to be below interest on reserves. But over the length of that 1-year term, as we get towards the end of it, the market would have Now, if the market was accurate, rate cuts would have happened, and so interest on reserve would be below OIS at the time. So at the end of the day, you can think of it as if rate cuts are priced in, that the bank is earning a little bit of interest at the beginning of the loan and having some negative interest income towards the end of the loan, and on average, interest income is 0. Okay, now anyway, over the past 2 months, we've noticed a lot of participation in the Bank Term Funding Program. So right now, it looks like it's risen to about 140 billion. What's going on? Is it that there's renewed strength in the banking sector? Oh, well, it's hard to say that's the case. I mean, if you look at financial conditions, rates have come down, equity market going to the moon, it's likely due to something else, and that something else is very likely the fact that the market is pricing in a very, very aggressive round of rate cuts this year. So the Fed had penciled in about 3 rate cuts in this year. The market has been pricing in about 6. So in a sense, if you think that the market is being exuberant in thinking of rate cuts, then basically interest rates are too low. And if you are a bank treasurer, well, you're looking at this and being like, oh, that's crazy. Fed's not going to cut 6 times. I better go and take advantage of these low rates by borrowing some cheap money. And it looks like some banks are doing just that. From my perspective, it makes total sense, especially because you can prepay the loan at any time. So if you borrow right now, given that at these low interest rates, and the market actually does, so the Fed actually does cut 6 times this year, well, at the end of the day, you got free money. If the Fed cuts less than 6 times, well, then you got a really good deal, because your borrowing rate is, on average, is going to be a lot lower than what you earn on interest on reserve. So basically, you got paid to borrow. And if for whatever reason the Fed ends up cutting more than 6 times, you can always prepay the loan. So it's all in all a really good deal. So no surprise, banks are taking advantage of this. I think it's just smart management, nothing else. Now that, again, takes us to the very interesting question as to whether or not the Fed is going to extend the BTFP when it's set to expire this March. Now, to be perfectly clear, financial conditions have eased significantly. There's really no reason for this facility to exist. But on the other hand, this facility has seen increasing interest. Now, from my experience, the Fed is happy to unwind a program, to wind down a program that has no take-up in it. And we've seen them do that with the pandemic facilities, but I think they're going to be a bit more thoughtful if they're seeing a program with increasing interest. So this is ultimately going to be about, in a sense, whether or not the Fed wants to have this extra thing there, just kind of has an extra precaution in case markets become volatile again. It's a really, really close call from my perspective. I'm guessing that the Fed is probably going to lean towards renewing this program for a bit, simply because my read of the Fed is that they are a pretty dovish bunch. But all in all, I don't really think this has a big impact one way or another. Yeah, so we'll see in March. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk about is the interesting employment data we got the past week. So we got 3 pieces of interesting employment data. The first, of course, is the weekly unemployment claims that we get. The second was the monthly non-farm payroll print. And the third was the employment data from the ISM, which is a monthly survey, in this case of the services industry. Now first, let's look at the continuing and initial and continuing claims. So in the US, when you become unemployed, usually you file an unemployment claim at with the government so that you can collect unemployment benefits. These are initial claims, and you can see there's nothing remarkable here. Now, looking at continuing claims, you can see that over the few months, continuing claims is, you can think of it as the stock rather than flow of unemployment claims. So continuing claims over the past few months picked up a bit, but zoom out a bit and you'll see that it's still quite low historically speaking. Now gets us to the really interesting and really important non-farm payroll employment print we received on Friday. Now the headline obviously was a beat. We created more jobs than expected. But when you look below, it's a little bit less clear. First off, the jobs numbers of the past 2 months was revised lower, so again, that's down a bit. And secondly, if you look at the labor participation rate, it went down a bit. So although the unemployment rate stayed really low at 3.7%, it seems like a lot of it is because there are fewer people in the labor force. That is to say, fewer people looking for jobs. Now, if you zoom out a bit and think about what's happened over the past few years, what we've seen is that there's been a surge in participation and high wages for a lot of people who were otherwise not really wanting to work. So we saw a prime age labor participation rate reach levels that were exceeding 2020. Seems to be that mid, probably because now, if you look at wage gains, they're still pretty elevated. So, all in all, you have an employment number that, in terms of number of jobs created, seems to be softening, but wage gains still seem to be at an elevated pace. So, it's not super clear. Now, the third labor data print we want to look at is the ISM services. So the ISM is a diffusion index. So it asks a whole bunch of companies, compared to last month, are things getting better, the same, or worse? And there's a few different specific topics on this. One of them is the ISM, is the employment question, where they will ask about employment activity. Now, you can see in this particular index, where 50 being things are the same this month compared to last month, you can see there's been a historic drop in the employment component of the ISM Services Index. Now, what that means is that more companies, a historically high number of companies reported that employment activity in December was lower than November. Again, this is the diffusion index. It shows the direction we're moving, but it doesn't show how much. So having a really low employment index print doesn't mean that employment is really low. It just means that a lot of companies reported that employment activity was lower in December compared to November. It's a directional index, not a level index. Now, putting everything together, I'm getting a sense at least that the labor market is indeed slowing. Now, at the end of the day, the labor market, like any other market, is about supply and demand. Now, over the past few years, again, tremendous amount of stimulus, we got reopening, so sudden surge in labor, and we've had offers job creation. Again, supply matters as well. And at a high level, then we have our labor force used to, and we have an aging population, so boomers are retiring. So when looking at the supply of labor, it actually dropped during the pandemic because of a lot of boomers retired earlier than expected, but part of that was made up by young people who were participating in the labor force at a higher rate than pre-2020. So again, you had an increase in demand and an increase in supply. Now, right now, it looks like that huge surge in demand is waning, and at the same time, that surge in supply of labor that we've seen is also declining due to lower labor force participation. So going forward, it does seem to me that the labor market is probably going to have softer job creation going forward. in part due to slowing economy. Again, we were growing above trend. Now we're slowing down towards trend, and the supply of labor it seems to be declining as well. Now, this is actually a really important point for monetary policy. How is the Fed going to read this data? And that's what I'm going to write about this week. I think a lot of it is going to be about the composition of the Fed, and I'm going to look into political donation data and the change in the Fed leadership and come away with an impression that the Fed is probably potentially going to react.
This has 5 minutes left.
Stronger than expected to this upcoming labor market slowdown. But yeah, I'll write about it this week. Okay, the last thing that I want to talk about is the interesting information we got about quantitative tightening. So this past week, the Fed released their minutes, and in the minutes, there's a section of how QT could be winding down. Now, in the section, it notes that several FOMC participants were thinking that, in our principles, we are going to taper QT, which is exactly what the Fed did in 2019. In 2019, as the Fed was winding down QT, earlier in the year, they announced that, hey, we're going to step down the pace of QT, and they did that over a few months and finally ended it later in the year. Today, QT is proceeding at a historically high rate, a maximum rate of $95 billion a month. It's not actually reaching that rate for a variety of reasons, but that's the maximum rate. Now, going forward, as the Fed is thinking about ending QT, what they're saying that they're going to do is that they're going to taper it, so they're going to reduce the pace of it, let it run for a few months, and then finally end it. Now, tapering QT suggests to me that QT is going to be able to go on for some time simply because they're reducing the pace. So at the moment, the Fed is thinking that the level of reserves in the financial system is really high. Looking at the RRP, still a lot of money in the RRP. So, there's really no sign of a scarcity of liquidity in the financial system. So QT can proceed as planned. But as I wrote about in my piece last month, it looks like they're likely going to be tapering QT probably sometime towards the end of next year if you look at the overall liquidity situation in the market and if you look at the current realized pace of QT. That seems, for my best guess, as to what's going to happen. And if you taper QT towards the end of this year, then you end up with a QT end date of sometime maybe in the middle of next year. But we'll see how that evolves. We also had one Fed speaker this past week talk about how she would prefer to taper QT once the RRP is at a lower level, which actually suggests a faster taper than I think previously expected. But we'll see how that pans out. That's just one Fed president, and right now I think it's pretty early stages, and we'll get more information from the Fed going forward. It's something definitely to watch out for. Now, how is this going to affect markets? So, again, a QT that ends sooner is going to be bullish for markets because that means that there's going to be less upward pressure on interest rates. And if there's less upward pressure on interest rates, then financial assets tend to like that. So the financial assets like low rates. But right now, it's not super clear to me if a sooner taper means would be bullish for interest rates, because if you taper sooner, you could actually potentially extend the length of QT such that the overall decline in the Fed's balance sheet is unchanged, just spread out over time. But it's something that I'll continue to think about and write about in the future. All right, that's all I've prepared for today. Thanks so much for tuning in. If you're interested in my work, check out my blog at fedguy.com. And if you're interested in learning more about markets, check out my online courses at centralbanking101.com. All right, guys, talk to you all next week.
Live do a Facebook
answer
page too,
all
and
of
I
the
wonder
questions.
if there's ways. I need to find out if there's a way to pop out the Facebook chat, because I can't actually see it. I doubt anyone really watches on Facebook. And if they were to, hopefully they just go over to Twitch if they saw it. Mostly it's just a way of like another area to say, hey, I'm streaming the video game, as opposed to wanting people to actually watch there. Okay, more of the video game, yeah? That was a quick search. TVT. I've been struggling in TVT. Actually, since I've been back, I feel like I'm struggling in everything, because I just don't feel anywhere near as like fluid as I did in the past. But if I put in an absurd amount of hours, maybe we'll get back to
Not enough minerals.
being slightly above average at the video game.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I'm the most comfortable going double gas, although I have seen
Additional supply depots required.
some people go for racks before gas in TVT recently. That just makes me real nervous, because like the double gas can be aggressive. It can also defend proxies really easily. So I like it by nature of that, but also it's not like you can't get to a macro game, you know? So like I feel like since it provides a little bit of everything, I'm just more comfortable using it. And this guy went double gas too, okay.
Command center upgrade complete.
Make like 3 Reapers and a few Hellions.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals.
After this next Hellion comes out, then I'm just going to push across, see what I can't get done. I used to go up to like 5 Reapers, but we'll leave it here.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Add-on complete.
I always gotta check, like I forget that you gotta research Matrix now.
Add-on complete.
Fire here.
Not enough minerals required. Research complete.
Kinda have too much gas.
Our SCVs are under attack. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals.
Oh, I thought I built double ink there.
Can't build here.
Add-on complete. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough. Our SCVs are under attack. Not enough minerals. Research complete. Additional supply depots required. Upgrade complete.
I forgot my combat shields for quite a while. That is no bueno.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Research complete. Add-on complete. Add-on additional supply depots required.
We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depot. Not enough minerals. Base is under attack. Additional supply depots required.
We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Base is under attack.
Can't hold them alone.
Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Upgrade complete. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field, not enough minerals.
How many workers do I have? 70? It's not terrible. Could be better.
We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals. Mineral field depleted. Not enough. I'm in deep. Command center upgrade. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. We are maximum supply. Mineral field depleted.
I'm in deep.
Mineral field depleted.
Can't hold them alone. I'm in deep.
Not enough energy. Vespine geyser exhausted. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Upgrade complete. Complete. Not enough energy.
I'm in deep. I can't build here. I'm in deep.
Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Not enough rooms. Not enough rooms.
Gang. I'm surprised I got that. I was playing like dog shit in the first little while. I think a lot of it just came from him kind of throwing stuff away. Like it's almost like he was trying to do too much, you know? Like my macro wasn't really swift, so he didn't need to be trying to poke all over it to throw me off. All he needed to do was like, he should have shifted earlier into being just more defensive, and then I would have been kind of in a bad position, I think. I guess we were pretty on par. See, I was thinking my worker graph would look more like this, like where my mouse is now, and his would be kind of as it is. I really do need to watch. Let's find like a TVT to watch. So that I can practice a build. I was starting to write one out earlier. And by write one out, I just mean like I was watching somebody play. It was Beyond versus Clem, and I wrote down like the first little bit of Clem's opener. But I kind of need to like watch a little bit more before I hop back into it, because I just don't feel like I know. Like right there, I built 3 ravens. Like, would it have been better if I built 4 or 2? Like one more, one less? Should I be building any ravens? You know, I don't know. What we want, I think, is this one. Yeah. Done. And then we're going to watch... I'll just watch that same one I was watching earlier. History. What was it? Not on this account? What the fuck? I know earlier today I watched Clem TVT. Obviously it's a TVT. Yeah, I was watching this one from Zombie Grub. I wonder who will showcase the builds the best, though. Fuck it, we'll just go with the same one I was watching.
I was like, okay, isn't that great? There is, I think, actually a finer line than we're thinking of where that could have been a disaster for Clem. The good news for Clem is that it wasn't. So Stim was faster. He did start that in the midst of all the running around trying to take care of those Cyclones. Third CC not on location and straight up slower than Beyond's, however, puts Beyond back in the lead for the economy, maybe temporarily, to Medevac. Once again, Interference Matrix helping Beyond out tremendously, but these are now Combat Shield Marines as well for Clems. They're just feistier.
I really just want to see like the first like 6 or 7 minutes of each game.
Then their counterparts.
Not really looking to watch the whole thing.
He's got significant minerals, so he actually really should. It's a factory upgrade.
I know that's kind of not very exciting.
He had a lot of aggression that wasn't a...
We'll see who
Not even going to make this hold, actually. I was going to do the typical at what cost thing, but he's not even going to make this hold happen. He is just going to die.
Yeah, Clem's about to win.
Half the army supply and down 20 workers with his 4th CC still not on location. Clem's already planetary, building a 5th, in fact. This is not a game that Beyond actually ends up winning. Even if he had an upgrade lead for another 60 seconds, it would not be enough. Beyond not one to admit that super quickly, though. There we go, GG.
There it is.
On that stiff yes, for all the beach really that a lot of the end when he functions there, even though it was really one moment in particular that really did Beyond in when he engaged on Clem's side of the map and Clem won the battle as he did. That was the decider. But it was like, I think the fact that Clem still got to that point despite a lot of what looked to be not like super great things happening for him. I don't know. It just it's one of those situations in
like
which
in that
I
last
expect
game,
Clem to be a
I had already wrote down what Clem had done. And like I was saying at the beginning of the game that I played a few minutes ago was, I noticed a lot of people go racks before gas now in TVT, which the last one, Clem went supply depot racks, gas, then a second racks, and then he made 3 Reapers. And then went into like the 2-on-1 kind of style.
Too overly aggressive, lose too many units, and then he does get counterattacked like Beyond did, and then Clem would lose. This is why I'm a little lost for words, because Clem made that counterattack look like nothing. So when that happens,
and they both do it again. So gas first, gas before racks must just be a dead meme in TVT.
Happens when I start to think, well, there's an opportunity for this guy, and then the other guy just makes it look like there was never an opportunity to begin with. I guess that's what makes me believe that they're a stronger player in that matchup. In the bottom right it is Clem, top left it is Beyond. It's kind of what Maru would do a lot of the time. Not only was he a great turtler and defender, but he also had those moments in which we were pretty sure that he was going to be vulnerable, and then instead of looking vulnerable, he even turns it around on his opponent and ends up winning the TVT battle, and we're just like, okay, well, Maru's freaking magic. That's what Clem's displaying a little of.
So Clem did the same thing again when
this guy, and then the other.
Yeah, so he went racks, supply racks, gas.
The other guy just makes it look like there was never an opportunity
racks
to begin with. Because that's what makes me believe that they're a stronger player in that matchup. In the bottom right it is Clem, top left it is Beyond. It's kind of what Maru would do.
Now they have a bit of a divergence here, because Beyond throws down the second gas. Clem stays on 1 for the time being. Yeah, Clem goes gas, second racks, and Beyond went into double
he also
gas.
had those moments
so I guess we'll see how they
pretty sure
Like the
that
divergence.
he was going to be vulnerable, and then instead of looking vulnerable, he even turns it around on his opponent and ends up winning the TVT
Take
battle.
note of
It's
like,
okay,
I'll
we
have
want-
to take note of like, okay, what does Clem get and what does Bjorn get? Because Bjorn going like second gas before second racks, does that give him enough more gas to where he gets like 3 Ravens and Clem only gets 2? Or you know, like all those little nuances, like does he get a couple Cyclones and then go into tanks, or does he go right for tanks? Like what differences there
Mars
is?
freaking magic. That's what Clem's displaying a little of lately in TVT. Well, the 2 racks opener from Clem is interesting. Since he didn't use it aggressively last game, that's why I'm saying it's interesting. Now, it could be that he's opting for this because it can be used defensively, but then it also could be used offensively. You can really kind of choose here. But then also because he is more interested in the follow-up. Now, that would be interesting. Again, I'm using the word too much. But because I just gone over in the first couple of minutes that I think of Bjorn as more the aggressor. I kind of think of Bjorn as more likely to do the 2 racks opener into the 2-1-1, or proxy 2 racks, of course, but the 2 barracks at home into the 2-1-1. It does seem to be becoming more popular, I think, maybe because of the patch, because of the maps, both, whatever it is. But it seems that this and Medevac
And Beyond goes for, okay, 2 Reapers
drops
before
now,
his add-on.
You hold a place in.
Both take their natural almost the exact same time. So
in the early game of this matchup,
Beyond,
more so.
what's he
than
going to get out of the factory? Oh, okay. Hellion.
We have a couple of Cyclone shenanigans, which I'm not a fan of.
For some
And
reason, I
we
was
still have
thinking it
old
would be
dependable on the Ravens and the
Cyclone
Interference
first.
Matrix, but Medevac drops.
So 2
racks
Reaper,
into like a
Hellion,
faster 2-1-1 seems to be
and
more
then
prevalent.
Reactor and Starport.
It's always been a thing, and it wasn't the most popular.
And now Clem has some idle time on his barracks where he's not getting an add-on or anything, which seems, I don't know if that's a mistake or
thing.
What to think of that, really.
I thought that was the way of things, and then actually during the regionals we saw a TVT in which it was just very basic TVT as far as that, just into the Ravens Interference Matrix. So I was wondering if I was wrong, but perhaps it was
So he got 1 Hellion and then went for his tech lab.
specifically those 2 players, so I don't remember. I don't remember who it was. Anyway, but no, yeah. So they're doing a little more of what I was thinking. What the matchup's been developing into. More focused 2-1-1s, actually a 3rd CC. So Clem is being kind of greedy here. And then for Bjorn, I guess he is so far doing the typical thing. But if that's a Medevac, yeah, it's the Medevac drop opener.
So he's going to go for a drop with like 2 Reapers, or no, is he going to go like, he's going to leave those at home and then do 4 Marines, a tank and something?
Oscar Jesus
What is
Mike, thank you
this?
for the 2 months.
Seems kinda
So
odd.
the 2-1-1.
I've
the
noticed
emphasis-
I've noticed people are doing like a 2 Cyclone drop, so I thought that's what Bjorn was going to go for. Like he was going to drop 2 Cyclones, and then behind that he was going to be getting like Marine tank Raven.
This on your barracks production over your factory and starport production is already kind of a greedy is not necessarily the right word, but it's a way of almost.
So Bjorn's now he's getting a Cyclone. So his defending units are going to be at least a Cyclone, and then I wonder if he
kind of
brings
skipping a
the
step
Hellion
in
and
TVT
the
that is still
Reaper
considered the most important
with the
step,
drop, or
which
if he
is that
leaves it at
tech-heavy
home.
first 5 or 6 minutes. So we saw a lot of the straight and narrow TVTer who did just go for tanks and Ravens in the old patch against the guy who did the 2-1-1, and then the guy with the 2-1-1 would just be forced to base trade to gamble to win out against the push.
Supplies Clem hasn't started
the fact
STEM
that he's
yet.
adding on a 3rd CC, I mean, it's obviously a fast 3rd CC, so I don't have to really explain too much on why I'm saying this is greedy, but then I think it's even greedier because he's not protecting it with some high-tech units, some high-value units like the tanks or the Ravens. He's got a couple of Cyclones, which can be key units if microed correctly, but not necessarily in a position where the tank is already sieged up on that natural. Clem's bunker will hold on for a little bit. Something. Doesn't need to get salvaged, though. This is still a dangerous scenario in which a concave is paramount. Clem is going to just simply have enough units by looks of things.
Was a little sus.
Not get the lock on the medevac
I feel like
for the tank.
Beyond should have left that tank sieged
And Beyond
up
is going
for
to
a second
skedaddle.
still. Probably
For
got
Clem,
killed.
that actually was pretty easy.
Yeah. Yeah, it would have got killed.
It's not the pressure that I think is really going to be painful. I think the follow-up pressure is going to be potentially painful.
With a proper
for
like
the
split on his
that he has
units,
chosen.
Clem wouldn't
And
even have
Beyond,
lost
I mean,
either of his
he might be
Cyclones.
doing it because of all the things I'm talking about. He
Could've
actually,
locked on
one,
and then
seems to
backed
like
up.
these pushes on site delta because there's a ramp in the natural. He did it versus Protoss earlier. But then two, when he might be thinking if he's going to do the 2 racks again, then he's going to be very limited on the amount that he can control space and control siege units. So I'm going to siege him up. And I'm going to get those space controlling Vikings, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. And he might be right about that still. Comes back in with the first tank, second tank now reinforcing, and this is what I was more so scared of. Clem still does not have very good units. The Cyclones hardly counting. The Marines without combat shields definitely not
Clem
counting.
needs to work
And
with Paul.
everything combined together running down the ramp, you know, is less
Pull a
than
few
an ideal
workers to take the
scenario.
first
So
tank shot and
see
then
if Clem
fucking
can hold on.
collapse on it
Vikings have
here.
landed, which I think is the wise move here, as now everything gets pulled forward as the tank arrives. Focus fires on the army of the opponents, but there's a lot of SCVs sacrificed to hold on here. In fact, too many, I think. 15, 18 SCVs
One
going
lost right
down,
there, I bet.
and just barely
But he-
holding
I mean,
on
he
as
does have
well.
a
They
third
even, I would say,
CC, but
entirely and completely
still.
clean that up so that a counterattack could
way
be
down on workers
fearsome,
now.
right? Sometimes that's what you do. You know you're going to take a hit to your SCVs, but then it overwhelms that tank army, and then you can get a little bit of a counterattack going, but that's not even the case here. We're still just down 13 workers, a little down in the army supplies. Stim is not yet done, which means combat shield certainly not done, and the one medevac we have doesn't have a
All right, I want to see the next game opener.
was a the SCV to be marginally faster than his opponent, so that's getting and knows that Clem is going to try and harass. I love the cheeky little liberator that the Marines were hoping to fall back into. Oh wait, no, that was actually it confused me. The better way to or would last a little. Right now, I think Beyond's defense on his third is going to be good enough. 3 times the gun. There you go. And that liberator did go across the map to kill 3 SCVs. Clem out get there. Saturation, not quite. Still, again, he might
Clem
fully
wins
saturate
this,
his
I'll be
mineral, but
amazed.
few Clem could leave his tanks
He's
at
down
home as
so
he is
many
doing as we
workers.
see, and then hopefully defend, make. But Bjorn is very familiar with this process because I feel like he's the one that does it a lot. So prepared for any other follow-up.
He spotted it.
Bjorn was
I thought he was about to lose both those.
4th CC, much faster for Bjorn, but Clem did afford it. This 2-2 finally starts up, and not really the CV's a vehicle weapon. He's medevacs this time around. Clem has a cheek in the main. Missile turret's coming down now, and a tank is siege. That's kind of covering the main access. And realizing that's just the drop, pounces on top of it. Bjorn removing out, which he's not. He is still only going for the Marine move outs. Now his tank's on siege. Okay, so he is moving out. The Marine drop in the main base was scouted thanks to that Marine, so the response is swift, and in fact, not a whole lot is going to go down here, but I think Clem realizes that he's going to need something on the front lines. It is most likely that Bjorn is moving out, but then I also love this Widow Mine in the grass as a scouter. That's fantastic, but it also did splash a couple of the Marines.
Classic
so Bjorn
little
is not going to
scouter.
find free access into the third. Clem's gonna have a tough time breaking out, especially as his upgrades will not be equal for another 20 seconds. He also
Beyond's
might
got
respawn
that-
coherence with Walker, but he did
that
finally
air
clean that
game
up totally and
unlocked, too.
entirely. Also, because it is an attack on the third base, Clem's 4th is allowed to get slapped down and maybe turn into a planetary. That's actually something over, I think. Oh, with double sen- I don't think they'll get over there, especially because they're losing the particular tank war that we're witnessing. Not supposed to happen when you have the Viking victory. Clem can't do anything about that with the Marine-only drop that he has going across the map, but he can be the big fatal mistake. Oh, but speaking of fatal, we actually have Bjorn pull the trigger. He jumps on top of the 2 tanks of his opponents, but hard enough to enter into the SCV line, but not quite. And now it's Bjorn's 3rd SCV line that's actually in trouble. The 3rd CC, in fact, is in a bit of trouble, but are not quite covering the access point here. And Bjorn is losing a little bit of his grip on the game, but still overall winning, actually, as he did take such an economic lead from the get. Pennies right now from this happening. A bit more of that freedom, especially as his 5th base does get up and running. Nothing stopped that. Clem's just hoping that Bjorn will get a little impatient and overeager. There we go. Now winning out
needed a
the air
scan
with a
there
tank
real
war.
bad. If he would have scanned
Actually, no,
a
he
few
didn't.
seconds
That was still
earlier, he would have
trade.
killed all those
He's like,
tanks
"No,
for
you're supposed to
free.
be winning." A good scan from Clem, of course. And now a freebie tank, kind of, there for Clem. Bjorn left that one behind. Maybe.
Oh no, Clem! You should not have
Uh-oh, Clem's army not close enough to protect his third. He realized the mistake,
He's
so that's why he
fine.
had to move forward. But unfortunately, that means his tanks are not going to be sieged. Also, the upgrades in favor of units. GG's. Thank you for. So now all things equal.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta pee again. I keep downing too much shit.
Even in this best of three, bottom left of Solaris is going to be Clem. On the top right, we do have Bjorn. Clem forced to defend against, I think, a build that really was supposed to hurt the type of game that he was playing. It's not impossible to come out of that victorious, but I do think it is unlikely. I think what you would have to do is get your Cyclone on top of the very first push a little bit faster, and then the second, so the first push, I mean the first tank, the one that didn't actually do a whole lot, where I was like, this isn't actually the important one, it's the follow-up that's the important one. Because the cycle supposed to hurt the type of game that he was playing. It's not impossible to come out of that victorious, but I do think it is unlikely. I think what you would have to do is get your Cyclone on top of the very first push a little bit faster, and then...
Okay. Oh. This is the first game of the series so far where somebody went, well, where Clem went gas before Rax.
The second, so the first push, I mean the first tank, the one that didn't actually do a whole lot, where I was like, this isn't actually the important one, it's the follow-up that's the important one.
And beyond going Rax before
Well, on
gas.
top of that particular push a bit faster means the medevac might get injured, the tank might get injured, they might actually take some extra time to repair it, or they might just re-engage with injured units. And then that type of damage can really add up. The medevac actually dying, huge. The tank getting one shot by your own tank, your own...
Kind of confused. I thought Clem would go right into his second gas
only tank instead of 2-shot, huge. And so you just want to add in those steps earlier on, as early as possible. Because that's what you want to do in general against any type of siege-based push. Primarily Terran's doing siege-based pushes, of course, but any siege-based push, is the faster that you can get on top of it, the better you usually are. But then there's the question of, can you actually get on top of it? Just because it seems better to engage preemptively doesn't mean that 4 Marines magically beat 5 Marines in a tank. It's like, but I did it faster. Well, you didn't have enough units. So that's usually the difficult thing to determine in TVT. And for Clem, I think he couldn't really have determined a better breaking point than what he did when he...
I wasn't following the builds. I was distracted. The top of my monitor, like the top of this window specifically, for some reason has a weird little like flicker to it. I can't tell what is happening or why. Oh well. It's not the monitor. It's like just this window that's playing YouTube right now.
Terran's doing siege-based pushes, of course, but any siege-based push, is the faster that you can get on top of it, the better you usually are. But then there's the question of, can you actually get on top of it? Just because it seems better to engage preemptively doesn't mean that 4 Marines magically beat 5 Marines in a tank. It's like, but I did it faster. Well, you didn't have enough units. So that's usually the difficult thing to determine in TVT. And for Clem, I think he couldn't really have determined a better breaking point than what he did.
I wish I could see
when he broke out the first time and lost the 18
out of
picking
that
point.
gas,
For Clem,
or did he take
I think
one out of his other gas too?
Couldn't really have determined a better breaking point than what he did.
So after his
when
factory
he
goes
broke
down,
out
he
the
takes
first
2
time
out
and
of
lost
gas.
the 18 or so SCVs, it's hard to say that he could have done that particular point any better. You could make an argument that he could have gotten a medevac instead of a Viking, or landed the Viking behind. I mean, there probably is a way he could have done that better, I guess, if you really analyze it. But what I'm saying is that it's very difficult. The way the map is designed kind of adds to the abuse. That's why Beyond does it in TVT and TVP. And then the read/luck-ish.
I want to see Clem versus Zerg now. TV. Oh. TVZ Clem. Clement. 1 month ago. That's pretty recent. We'll go with that one.
Spectrum Business is made to work the way small business works.
You've worn many hats, from past jobs, in fact. Now you can trade in those hats to help earn your grad cap. Your past experience can...
All right. We've got ourselves a grand finals for...
Well, I wish he'd show the very beginning of the match, because right where he's starting, we're already a minute 24 in. He's already got a gas, and he's putting his racks down. So I guess I will assume that it was the standard 15 gas barracks expand.
From the Kung Fu Cup, Week 7, Onside Gaming Solar in the bottom left side. Fresh off his GSL championship, this man is looking absolutely insane recently. But he has a very fast Terran to face off against. In the top right, it's Team Liquid's Clem, a player who's very capable of running circles around most Zerg players. I don't actually know what his head-to-head is with Solar. I probably should have looked this up before casting it. Count how many times I say that when I'm casting. But Solar has a very good style against him, as long as he can just survive, which is kind of Solar's specialty. Because Clem does fall off a little bit if he can't get enough momentum and aggression going. And Solar is so good at just hanging on, weathering the storm, playing against Maru all day, every day, has turned him into a solid rock of a Zerg. You can punch him in the face so many times, and he just won't care. The man has an iron jaw, and he'll take more punches than most players and just come out of it completely fine. Now, seeing that it's just a command center on the low ground, a 1-rack 6-band, he's kind of pulling back and just chilling. And he's also delaying ling speed and going to go for that quick third base over at the third base while defending the Reaper. Clem goes pretty deep with his Reaper, but isn't able to get a kill. Could have committed maybe slightly harder with it. Gets a bit of damage, but the drone simply walks away Solar injects the main base. He'd love to get a creep tumor on the natural. But this is Clem's famous anti-creep tumor micro, where he does a lot of hold position with the Reaper. Right-click, hold position, right-click, hold position. And you always have to wait for the second queen to get there before you put the tumor down. Otherwise, he will snipe it. So he always delays that tumor by about 15-20 seconds simply through the threat of that. Behind it, he is playing double gas.
Classic Australian accent.
Whoa, what is this?
A proxy
What
port,
the hell?
mate.
Is Clem going proxy Liberator from here? Liberator into Viking? Liberator into Medevac? Surely not Battlecruiser. Battlecruiser would be crazy. My whole chat's having a discussion over whether fat guys prefer burritos, hot dogs, or burritos, hot dogs, or burgers. Okay, I don't know if I've been
burritos
fat.
or burgers. Hot dogs. Hot
Not my
dogs ain't even-
chunkiest. Which ones of those would I probably have eaten? I mean, I don't eat that many hot dogs. They're not that popular in
Yeah,
Australia.
hot dogs
So for us,
suck.
it's more between burritos and burgers. I think a good burger is where I'd go to for sure. If I'm gonna die eating a food, it'd be a really good burger.
Yeah, I might have
gonna
to
be a
say the
Liberator
same,
coming out of the
but
proxy.
I
This is
don't
a
know,
tricky
dude. You
build.
can find some fire
Solar
burritos.
has not sent an Overlord into Scout.
Some nice,
And
like,
that's
white
something he
queso
often does,
sauce
right?
on
Keeps his
there.
Overlord back, comes in for only a very late Scout. Alien's still poking in and out. I wonder, do we go for a second Liberator? He might actually go for a second Lib. Oh, he's got 2 Cyclones as well. Oh, this is such a cute build. I love it. First Overlord goes down. Another Overlord's going to get killed by the Marine eventually, scouting there. So Solar's stuck building 5 Overlords right now. First Liberator flies in from behind. He's distracted by the Alien Cyclone. Liberator's going to slide in behind the Natural. There's no Queens over there. Overlord in the main about to go down as well. Pop. And the Liberator does get 3 drones. Can also kill the eggs in 2, 3, 4 shots. Cyclone's getting a bit of damage on these Queens. The Cyclone Hellion rotating. Is there another Lib behind it? No, it was just 1 Liberator into flying the Starport home. But just getting it here this early allowed him to do some nice damage. Does get 2 Queen kills as well as 3 drones. The Hellion Cyclone's going to poke in, but oh no, Clem, get out of there. Clem messing up, going a bit too deep on creep, accidentally splitting his army. He's going to lose 3 or 4 Hellions for that. Bit of a mistake. But such a good opening up to that point. But I would have personally liked to see a second Liberator or a Viking. The thing is, looking at this game, I'm realizing why that's a bad choice. At my level, there'd be Overlords for you to kill with the Viking. There'd be a chance for another Liberator to come in and do damage, but Solar's like, no. I've pulled all my Overlords back. I've just got a bit of vision on the edges, building a spore at each face except the Natural. Queens are on point, and he's looking reasonably solid in this game. He does also have a slight lead on his 1-1 upgrades. He's delayed his Lair and Baneley Nest to get that. And he's back in the worker lead at 56 to 48, which is not a massive worker lead, but it's decent, it's respectable. Actually, where is the 4th and 5th barracks behind the Natural?
Alright, I'm just going to play some more. I think I have noticed that it's not entirely... it used to be just a given that in TVT you went gas, racks, gas. But it seems like now there is some memery to do with racks, then gas, and then even racks, then double gas. Let's get it. TVZ. Does Loco still make StarCraft content? I feel like I haven't seen Loco around in a while. It's been a while. Luckily that one went quick. I don't know if I would have remembered to actually change to my in-game scene at all. Tastes like beef stick. Spicy jalapeno beef stick. Hell yeah. The Iowa Steakhouse. I literally bought these just because I was like, oh, it says Iowa. And they're pretty fire. They're pretty fire. Although Wisconsin might still have a leg up on us in the beef stick game. Those old Wisconsin beef sticks, those things are damn good. However, as far as I'm aware, they don't have a spicy jalapeno beef stick. They just got beef or pork, regular ass beef stick. But their regular ones are fucking good.
Not enough minerals.
They're damn good.
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
About a minute 15-ish. We'll just send this next worker. For our nice cheeky little scout.
Command center upgrade complete.
What are you doing? Get out of there! You son of a bitch. Bastard was trying to commit sewer slide.
Our SCVs are under attack. Command center upgrade. Add-on complete.
Break off, Barb.
I can't build here.
Not add-on complete.
Kind of late on putting my armory down. That's no bueno. Actually, do I want to expand there, or do I want this high ground as my third? I think I want this high ground as my third, right?
Not enough minerals.
It almost seems like I'd want this triangular one for my base.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Upgrade complete. Insufficient Vespene gas.
I can't build here.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on research complete. Not enough energy. Upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient base is under attack.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Unacceptable language. Additional supply depots required. Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Attacks there.
Insufficient Vespene gas. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I might have just
Command-
thrown
Not
the
enough
game there.
Insufficient Vespene gas.
I shouldn't have attacked. Playing mech, you never want to attack until you're on like 1,000 bases, all your upgrades done, everything. Like, Zerg completely demoralized. Way she goes. Because if I would have just not attacked there and he would have remaxed on Roach Hydra like he did, he still could have never attacked into me without it being super cost inefficient. Bulbasaur.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals. 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 Insufficient Vespene gas. Command Center, our SCVs are under attack. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on. Not enough minerals. Not insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas. Additional supply depots required.
Fuck.
Additional supply depots. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Could have been worse on both sides.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Research. Insufficient Vespene gas. Insufficient Vespene gas.
We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack. Research. Command center upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required.
I can't build here.
Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here. I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Mineral field depleted. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete.
We could use some help
Not
here.
enough minerals.
Our
Not enough
SCVs
minerals.
are under attack.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Command center.
Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy.
We could use some help here.
Not enough energy. Not enough energy. Unacceptable command. Maximum supply.
Can't hold them alone.
Upgrade complete.
We could use some help here.
Not enough. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Add-on complete. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Unacceptable command. Not enough minerals.
We could use some help here.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Or am I oversaturated anywhere?
Mineral field depleted. Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Mineral field. Not enough minerals. Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Not enough energy. Base is under attack.
We could use some help here.
Not enough energy.
I'm in deep.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Add-on complete. Resting geyser exhausted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field not enough energy. Not enough energy. Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals. Mineral field. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum. Not enough energy.
We could use some help here.
Unacceptable command. They are maximum supply. Vespine geyser exhausted.
We're returning fire!
Mineral field depleted. Mineral upgrade complete. Mineral
GG. That was a fun one. Even though he was a bit of a scumbag and didn't say his race. I feel like if you're playing random, you should say your race. Because there's at least one cheese with each race where if they don't know what race you are, you can kind of fuck them over. Which it's like there's that argument. It's like, well, you should just be good enough to react in half a second with perfect accuracy. It's like, yeah, okay, buddy. I get that that's a case to be made, but it's just not very fun, and it feels kind of like you're a scumbag if you're not going to say your race. If you do one of those cheeses. If you don't say your race and then you play like a macro game, I guess that's chill. But if you don't say your race and then you do like proxy hatch, spine crawler, queen rush, or some shit like that, then you're a scumbag. I kind of want to watch that from his point of view. This was like a really obvious play. When he was like, oh, I'll poke up here and then I'll go back in. I knew he was coming back in. That's why I left a few Marines in there. Arguably, I should have left a few more Marines because he does get a couple worker kills with the Liberator. That was in my main. I think he got 2 kills with it before those Marines finished it off. So like had I had like 4 or 5 Marines there instead of 2, he probably would have got no worker kills. But the play was so obvious that I didn't really think he would come right back in for it like that.
Research complete. Taking some fire here. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Add-on complete. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
This right here cost him big time, losing these 2 full of workers, or full of Marines.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Mineral field.
You know, he was kind of like, ah! Like, fuck.
Add-on complete.
Man, I should have just pushed his front door right now.
Base is under attack.
Like him being sieged up way over there. Like, why would he siege up there? I feel like he should be like here maybe, because then you could protect this and this. But being way back here, if I would have just went like right here and then fucking stemmed in, I guarantee would have had this position. Yeah, he could have like boxed me in here and here, but I would have taken his natural for sure.
Upgrade.
Enemy contact.
Maybe he thought he was safe, I guess, because he has the sensor tower. But I mean, the amount of time it takes to unsiege and then get back here, I would have been in position to do this.
We could use some help here.
I'm surprised how close we were on supply. At this point in the game, I felt like I was quite a bit ahead. I really wasn't all that far ahead.
Mineral field depleted.
I really need to get to be less lazy about like hotkeying my army and making sure I'm using my hotkey, because I unbound the F2 key, but I just click it on the, because you can just click the like this above the mini map and it acts as the F2. So like even though I unbound it, I just click that periodically to get all my units. But if I feel like my play would automatically go up several hundred MMR if I would just get be less lazy about hotkeying my units and then keeping like my units
is under attack
out on the map that I have out there for like vision, like my spotter marines and like a marine at the Zelnaga.
Mineral field depleted.
They would stay out on the map if I would get, you know, instead of shift, like select all army and sending everything back.
Upgrade complete. Base is under attack.
Literally right here. Oh no, I guess the marines are still close. Okay.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Did I have the upgraded advantage on him? I feel like I got my engineering base really late. There's no way I did, right? Yeah, no, he's starting 3-3. My 2-2 ain't even done yet. So he has 2-2 right now. And I have 1-1. He has 1 on his tanks. I have nothing on my tanks. Yeah, I started my... I noticed that in game too. I was like, damn. Like, I feel like my engineering bays are usually done quite a while before I put them down this game.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
I feel like he felt pretty good about that, but I still end up winning out because my production is enough to where I can have a lot by the time he gets back across the map, you know, like double tanks, 8 racks, double starport, and then he has to come back and deal with this. Like, that is too much of a threat. So it's like, knowing that he can't just push across the map, I still got the better end of the deal here. Although I don't know if I should have focused these starports like I did. Did he have, like, he had so many Vikings. He had to, okay, so he had another starport over there. I thought he would even have more than that because, like, I kill this one. I probably should have just went for, like, workers and supply depots or maybe these add-ons. I feel like I could have got more value out of the Marines that I sent in here. But yeah, right here, he's down, you know. Solid 10 workers. Not to mention he's down to 3 like mining locations. I guess this one's going to be done before long, but what did I have up here? Oh, I had hella Marines. Oh, and they're going to get fucking mowed right here. Gloosh. Gloosh. Yeah, I didn't realize those were all up there. Otherwise, I would have brought them in this way and tried to... Man, that would have been a hell of a play. Brought those in this way. I would have got at least those workers and probably a few more up here. His 3-3 is almost done. He did have, like, a few advantages. Like, he had some opportunity left in this game for sure. I split my tanks up a little there because I was afraid of him, like, baiting my Marines out of position and then landing his Vikings there to clean up all my tanks. So I was like, yeah, I'll give a little bit of a spread here at least. I should have got a couple Thors a bit earlier because, like, I wasn't going to keep up with his Viking count. That had to frustrate him. Man, once again, had I been watching those and ran them into here, I could have killed all of these workers pretty much. Instead of running them this way. My worker count's actually kind of low. I like to be at more, like, closer to 80. 76 to like 84 is kind of like my sweet spot. I still just feel really slow too, because like things like this, like that was good, but if I would have had a second to flip this, you know, to flip to this, unsiege it, and like re-siege it back here, that would have been legit. Why no GG? Ooh. Do it be fire? That little swirl around with the finger. Fucking nerd. Oh, hell yeah. Now this part I can't get behind. Milk. Just the coffee or nothing.
Seems Hassan doesn't share your opinion on the Pokimane situation. What? That it's bad taste to call your audience broke? I feel like that's like the most normal cold take anyone could ever have. People getting timed out in Hassan's chat for agreeing with your Poke take. I feel like a lot of times on Twitch chat, it's just people trying to fan flames of controversy. Why insult the people that made you money? Calling them broke, it's bad taste. It's bad business as well. Like, that's not a crazy take. Like, I don't know who would be getting timed out for saying that. Because the person who was complaining about the price wasn't part of the Pokies community. You think it was one person? Brother, it's just expensive, that's all. And there's not even, like, a controversy there. Like, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of, like, value, it's fine. It's not, like, a scam. It's just bad value. And people are like, it's expensive. If I had her cookies right now, I'd probably really like them. Eyes might roll into the back of my skull, but at the end of the day, it's still $28 for 4 packs of cookies. That's a very expensive item. Hassan made a video 1 hour ago about you disagreeing with him. Okay.
Hassan Piker is one of the dumbest people to ever walk Earth. Borderline Down syndrome. That looks like one I considered buying.
Welcome. Oh, is this everything?
We are a very old family.
So many documents.
Upgrade your business tools with American Express Business Platinum with over $1,000 in credits on select purchases per year.
I want to see why this is ass, because I think this is one that I thought about buying. So if he determines it's ass, then I'll know it's...
A little bit of an unusual one today, if I'm honest. This is not the sort of thing I'd typically review here on the channel, but I couldn't sort of pass it up. It was too ridiculous. Now, this is a coffee machine from Aldi, a supermarket group you may be familiar with, a place that's really...
It's from there, or it's like made by them / a subsidiary of theirs? Like when he says it's Aldi's, do they own like whatever company this is? Or do they just happen to sell this?
Cheap, but people tend to be like, oh, but the wine's really good. I don't shop at Aldi, not out of any real snobbery or anything. I just don't have one near me. So, you know, I'm not dissing you, Aldi. I'm just not, you know, a customer. But people are, and people like it, and I shouldn't joke about the whole wine obsession people have with it. It's getting off topic. Aldi do cheap stuff that people say is surprisingly good. And so when Aldi dropped this, well, I had to have a look. It's a £299 coffee machine. It's a kind of super automatic in a way. It's got a built-in grinder, but it is portafilter based. Comparable, I guess, to machines like the Sage Barista Express, which is twice the price, and DeLonghi's very Sage-like La Specialista, that's again the same sort of price. Though that one has a pressurized portafilter, so I kind of put that off to the side. This has a regular portafilter with proper holes and everything. In fact, it's got quite a fancy portafilter. Not only is it really quite a nice little handle on this thing here, but they've even got like a little rubberized flat bit on the bottom for your tamping. How thoughtful, how considerate, how surprising for £299. Though it doesn't come with a dose recommendation, just a little max line on the side. We'll get into brewing coffee with this in a second. I've just turned it on, I've got it hot. I have yet to make coffee with it. Now, it's got a little steam wand. The steam settings on the side here imply that it's one thermoblock heating everything, because you've got to put the machine into preheat mode, which I presume heats that main thermal block up super hot, and then you can get steam out of it. You'd then probably have to cool it down afterwards to get coffee out of it again. That's not unusual in a cheaper machine. But a grinder in a cheaper machine is definitely a surprising thing. It is pretty bad design. It looks like it's okay, but you know, stuff like the badly stuck on badge here that's just not quite level, or the fact that the drip tray appears to be designed to be whatever space is left, and therefore not really enough space to put like 3 cups on top. It's just a little car crash up here so far. But hey, it's early. Let's not judge too much. Let's put some coffee in it.
Do you really need space up there though? Can't you just set it on the counter?
Now, this isn't just like a, hey look, here's a weird cheap thing that's surprisingly cheap, but the question is it good value for money? you know, just because it's cheap, it might be terrible value for money if it just can't make anything resembling vaguely good espresso. But if it can make good espresso, that would be astonishing, wouldn't it? Though, feels unlikely at this point. I mean, unwrapping this thing, it was not your nice, like, peel off the nice plastic from the stainless steel. It was more like just, like, wrapped a couple times in cling film in a slightly sloppy, forgetful way that doesn't, you know, inspire confidence when you're opening a coffee machine up. Doesn't do a particularly good job of protecting it either, it would seem, from the scratches on the side. We're getting off the point. So, let's make some coffee with this, I think.
British people make the best judges. Like, even listening to this guy just reminds me of, like, Jeremy Clarkson on Top Gear, who, like, when they're judging something, their judgments are just, like, deeper than any other, like, people I see as judges.
Oops. We've got
all these functional Ram-air scoops.
I'm not quite at my max fill line, and I'm at 17.5 grams of coffee, and this has just been a bit of a mess so far, but we're going to be okay. I believe in us. Now this is a programmed dose, as I understand it, so I'm just going to push my 2-cup button, and we'll hope for the best. See what happens with this. Pre-infusion. Looking like a pretty fast shot. Don't think anyone's surprised that this is a faster shot. Yeah, that's a pretty generous portion. I don't think we're going to let the volumetrics control it next time. I think we might put the scale underneath, because our 17 grams yielded 74 grams of liquid. Bit more than we wanted in a sort of 1 to 2, 1 to 2.5 ratio here. So we're not drinking that one. So we'll go 2 steps finer. And then we'll give it a go again. Our dose may be 18 grams. And I'll aim for like 36 to 40 out. I think, you know, less than 36 would be deeply unwise. And we'll see how long that takes. Okay, I'm going to try and tease. Oh. Okay, we're at 16.4.
Oh, that would be annoying.
I just don't know if I can get past these little pins.
It snaps in there, it pinches in there, and then getting it out, it's like you got to use force, but if you use force, you're going to spill.
Without...
That would kind of suck.
Oh, damaging things. I hate you so much right now. We're not going to be friends. We're just not going to be friends. When you lock the portafilter in, let me just try and explain this. This portafilter gets incredibly close to the grinding mechanism. Like, you couldn't put your hand in there. That's just stupid. Okay, we're going to be okay though. It's all going to be okay. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. Let's brew. Pre-infusion. We're not getting much yet. It's 23 seconds into the shot. Oh, there it is. Like nectar.
Like nectar.
Or just like a really slow espresso that's going to taste awful. Ooh. A little hissing. Something's not happy. Well then, what just happened there? Well, I suspect a number of terrible things happened at once to yield what we just saw.
What did happen
now,
there?
firstly, the gauge here got up to what it said was like 16 bars, which is a lot of pressure. Too much pressure. At those kind of pressures, you compress the cake so much that you compound the problem. Like, you make the cake harder to get through, which in this case makes this machine pump water harder. It's a very stupid cycle to get into. You don't want a machine running at really high pressure where you just get your ideal pressure by varying the resistance. That's just not a good way to work because of the issues with puck compression. And then what you saw at the end with that steamy release was, I guess, the water spent too long in contact with the thermoblock because it was flowing too slowly. These things are not particularly accurate. They're designed to heat water at a kind of fixed flow rate. We were obviously much slower than that flow rate, so it got heated more than it should have been. So all in all, everything...
So it seems like it sucks. But that isn't the one that I was looking at on Amazon. Wake up, babe. New EPB research video. VACOM sucks dicks.
Conference Board Leading Index is objectively the single most reliable recession indicator that exists, with a perfect track record dating back more than 6 decades. The Conference Board Leading Index is a basket of 10 individual indicators that are each reliable in their own right, but when combined into one broad basket, the collection provides a smoother and more reliable signal about the future direction of the economy. The Conference Board Leading Index is comprised of individual indicators such as new building permits, the yield curve, new manufacturing orders, jobless claims, and yes, even stock prices. Each of these individual indicators have a relatively strong track record of forecasting changes in the economy, but any single indicator is subject to false signals and head fakes. However, when you take 10 indicators that are each reliable on their own, with a few false flags each, and aggregate them into one broad basket, the number of false signals is dramatically reduced to the point where there have been 0 false signals dating back to earlier than 1960. According to the Conference Board, when the 6-month growth rate of the Conference Board Leading Index drops below negative 4.5%, a recession signal is triggered. There were a few times when the Conference According to the Conference Board, when the 6-month growth rate of the Conference Board Leading Index drops below negative 4.5%, a recession signal is triggered. There were a few times when the Conference Board Leading Index fell in...
Homie needs to get a new mic. His mic is like geeking out at times. I'm gonna let Call of Duty launch here, and then I want to play the rest of the video. Update requires restart, so I'll restart for a 3rd time. 3rd time's the charm, though, honestly.
Into negative territory, like in 1967, 1995, 1998, and 2016, but not sufficiently below the negative 4.5% threshold. There has not been one instance where that negative 4.5% recession threshold was breached when the economic cycle did not conclude in a hard landing. Now, just as the famous saying goes, there are long and variable lags, and variable comes with an element of unpredictability. This leading index, or any leading index for that matter, won't tell you the exact date and time that the economy will descend into the deepest part of the recession, but the extremely reliable forward-looking signal should not be taken for granted. The Conference Board Leading Index currently has a smooth 6-month growth rate of negative 7.5%, well into the recessionary range. The narrative in the economy has swung violently over the past year, from recession to no recession, back to recession, and now the conventional wisdom is back into the no recession camp, driven almost entirely by the performance of the stock market when economic fundamentals have clearly not changed. The leading index is still mired deeply in negative territory. Every time the economic narrative swings back to the no recession theme, conventional wisdom is quick to declare that this time is different and these historically reliable indicators no longer work. The Conference Board LEI has declined for 20 consecutive months, only surpassed by the 1974 and 2008 recessionary periods. There are instances when the leading index declined and then started to rise again, like in 1967, and this is the definition of a soft landing. Currently, it's in vogue to say that these indicators have failed, when they have not even stopped declining yet. If the leading index starts to sustainably rise again, without a recession occurring, then the index would have, for the first time, provided a false signal. But that has not happened yet. The Conference Board Leading Index has been below the negative 4.5% threshold for 14 consecutive months, again only surpassed by the 1974 and 2008 recessionary periods. To be perfectly clear, these indicators are much more reliable at spotting directional turning points rather than magnitude. So while this index certainly at spotting directional turning points rather than magnitude. So while this index certainly continues to forecast weaker conditions ahead, a deeply negative reading doesn't necessarily tell us how bad the recession will be. While no single
Is my internet geeking out? I'm having an issue with Call of Duty because I don't want it to be... I want it to be windowed full screen. Because I want to be able to see... Normally I'll have like a thing of Chatterino along the game so that on the same monitor that I'm playing on, I can see the chat instead of having to look all the way over there. Like, look how much head movement that is. That's too much, you know? Gonna get a sore neck doing that all day. But I want it to be 2560 by 1440, but it's filling the whole screen right now. So I might have to actually just reduce my monitor's resolution, and then accept that I'm not going to be able to do that with this game.
Indicator has as reliable of a forecasting record as the Conference Board LEI, the next best contender is the 10-year 3-month yield spread. When the yield curve inverts, a recession generally lurks around the corner with the usual long and variable lags. The 10-year 3-month spread doesn't hold the title of a perfect indicator given the false contraction in 1967, but the indicator is both causative and predictive of recessionary periods. So not only would the Conference Board LEI have to be proven wrong this time, the second most reliable indicator, one that can actually cause economic downturns through impacts on bank lending and bank profitability, would also have to fall short. Coming in third place as a reliable indicator is the lesser-known gross domestic income, or real GDI. Everyone knows about GDP, but GDI is a lesser-known but more reliable measure of the economy. Real GDP and real GDI are supposed to match perfectly, but they often have what's called a statistical discrepancy. And most often when that discrepancy grows large, it's gross domestic income that proves to be the more reliable. Going back to 1950, each time the year-over-year growth rate of real GDI moves into negative territory, a recession is already underway, with no exceptions. The reason that this is not a better indicator than the Conference Board Leading Index is because it's not leading, and the information comes with a lag. So again, we should not take today's negative 0.1% growth rate lightly. Now, many people will...
Alright, I'm going to figure out what's going on with Call of Duty. And then we're going to play Call of Duty. I think what I got to do is just close it. And then, like I was saying, move my canvas, like my monitor's resolution, my display settings, down to... because the thing is, my stream scene here is set up to be 2560 by 1440. And then downscaled to 1080 for the stream. Well, if I let Call of Duty run in 3440 by 1440, then it's going to be too wide for the stream, and it's going to create a awkward appearance. So I just turned my display settings down, and then we'll move it to hopefully, yeah, there we go. Okay, that should look better. Now let me size it right here for the intermission screen. Then I'm gonna have to add it to my in-game scene here quick because I haven't played Call of Duty since I've been using this layout thing here. Okay, nope, don't want that one. Game capture. Call of Duty. There we go. And then we'll turn off this. Hell yeah. Actually, let me see what I'm actually searching for here. Deathmatch, don't really feel it. Domination, okay. Hardcore search, yes. Yeah, we'll go with just those two for now. Those two are probably my favorite to play. Oh, shit. Is this skin too, this operator too shiny, too bright? I feel like I'm not going to be very well camoed in. What's this broad's whole deal? Should be that chick with a spiky face mask. I can't imagine that that face mask has any real utility. Unless she's headbutting kids.
1 minute remaining. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Search and destroy. Plant the charges and demolish the objectives.
This side? When I'm playing Call of Duty? I think we do. How'd they all die so fast? I just stunned myself. There was it. I almost need to take search off until because I really don't know any of these maps yet, and it's gonna make it a struggle.
Final minute. Seconds remain.
Woo! Almost got him.
We
That was a
lost
good
that
try.
round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides. Search and destroy. Watch the objectives. Set up security. Hostile UAV in the area.
Honestly.
Got movement. Disregard that.
Why is the defend thing so big that I can't see the dude? All I could see is that
Moving
thing that
this way.
said defend, and the dude was like on top of it.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one. Search and destroy. Defend the objectives. Friendly VTOL inbound.
See, that's the problem. I don't know where anyone can be there. Like, I had no idea that guy could be there at that point in time. But I guess that's the kind of stuff I'm only going to learn if I'm playing solo. If I'm playing domination, everybody spawns at random times. You're not going to be able to get that stuff down. Just gotta suffer through it, I think.
1 minute remaining.
Nice. What an absolute unit.
left. They've planted at Bravo.
Very sneaky. Homie must have like dead silence or something.
Bomb site is still hot. Move.
How did he know he was back there? Did he see him and I missed it, or like what? This guy is popping off.
Round secure. On to the next. Switching sides.
We switch sides every round?
Search and destroy. Place the charge. Detonate the target. You've secured the device. Enemy UAV active.
Oh shit.
Got mark the target. Got movement. Disregard that. Mark the target. We're planting at Bravo. Device in place. Countdown started.
Fuck.
You've won that round. Get ready
Hey, I
for
didn't
the
get any
next one.
kills, but I planted the bomb. So I did something, you know? This guy's an absolute unit.
Search and destroy.
I bet you that kid's 12.
Plant the charges and demolish the objectives.
He's got all day to play the video game. I wish I had all day to play the video game. Oh, they left.
Complete. Good work.
Right? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? I think. Right? I don't know. I need to add it, make like some more variation of my guns. I haven't used that many. Alright, so those are pretty much all locked. Fuck yeah, I want to equip that. That thing looks sick as hell. rename. I don't know what to name it. We'll just call it the M4 for now, because that's the one with the M4. Sex with Jesus. What a name. I thought I was only searching for domination and search. Why am I playing Hardpoint? What kind of bullshit is this? Lil Too Skinny. Try and stay along like the outside, so I can learn like what the parameters of the map actually are.
Secure the hard point.
Is this not hardcore? I don't want to play a non-hardcore game variant. I had to shoot that guy way too much. That's probably why I was playing Hardpoint, because it was I wasn't searching for the hardcore thing. I was searching just the play, quick play or whatever the fuck.
Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down.
I played this map once before, so I have a little bit of familiarity with it.
They planted at Bravo.
Fuck, how do I get there?
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one. Switching sides.
That guy knew where I was before I did.
Hardcore.
That was impressive.
Search and destroy.
Whoa, homie's
Place
got
the
some sick
charges
gear.
on the target and destroy it.
I feel like my gun mobility is never high enough. Like, I need to be playing with something that's like fucking super quick.
on the next one. Hardcore. Search and destroy. Use the charges. Blast the target. No mistakes.
He's just randomly shooting through the door? What the fuck is that? Did I miss it saying? Did I miss it saying that they had
We lost that round. Prepare for the next one.
Did I miss it saying that they had a what's it called? Fucking what's the thing called? UAV. Did I miss that at some point? I certainly never heard that, but homie knew right to pre-fire that door.
Set up a perimeter around the objectives. Do not let them reach it.
How? This game's ass. I should be playing CS. This game's actually dog shit.
Hardcore. Search and destroy. Secure our objectives. Do not let your guard down. Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV active. One minute remaining.
This guy's gonna get the W. I feel it. He looked like he knew what he was doing.
Switching sides. Hardcore. Search and destroy. Place the charges on the target and destroy it.
Did I get it?
You secured the device.
I did get it.
Hostile care package. We're planting at Bravo. Device in place. Countdown started.
Epic. You had like Juggernaut or something?
Our device was disarmed. Mission failed. Return to base.
Okay.
Hardcore. Domination. Secure and hold. Station Charlie. We're taking Alpha.
Idiot! Watch your fire!
Alpha. We have taken the lead.
Epic.
Securing objective Charlie.
Epic.
Losing Alpha. Enemies securing Bravo. Hostile UAV in the area.
Revenge is beautiful.
We're taking Bravo. We're taking Charlie. Enemies taking Bravo.
Give me a moment. This is not how I die.
Standing by. Enemies taking Alpha.
Dusted them.
All
Changing mag.
objectives are held by the enemy. Prove yourself.
Pretty sure that frag grenade wouldn't kill me through a metal door, but okie dokie.
Securing objective Alpha. Securing objective
Not
Bravo.
gonna play that. That's dumb as hell. The game just crashed or something. I tried to switch to playing. Oh, nope, it's restarting. I don't know what's happening, I guess. I don't know. Resume. I was in the midst of, I gotta get to the, out of some bunker and do something, go someplace or something. Something like that.
Helo incoming on your position. They're bringing in reinforcements. You need to move. Tony's all over the surface. They got them.
I think it's going to take 60 seconds just to kill this guy. Yeah, I think I have to like restart this level. I legitimately don't believe that I can kill like all of these people in the amount of time given. So I gotta get to this point faster. Yeah. I'll give it one more try, and if not, I'll just restart the whole level. Or something.
Helo incoming on your position. They're bringing in reinforcements. You need to move.
Tony's all over the surface. Guard in the tower. Together then.
Get to the control tower.
Hopefully this is the... No! You fucking fuck.
30 seconds to launch. Right, move to the control tower now.
Is this the control tower? Hopefully it is.
Helo, closing the blast doors now.
Helo. Why is my...
Farah, do you copy? Farah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Captain. Detonation complete. Missile is dead. Chemicals contained.
Rog. Bravo, give me sit rep.
Why is the game not showing up here?
the controls.
Guys, what does he mean?
2 missiles. Launch him now from your northwest.
No. No. Great! Watcher. 6 to Watcher. Kate. Laswell, are you there? This is 6 in the blind. We have 2 missiles incoming to the Arklov base.
Call
they
of
have
Duty
chemical
isn't even an
warheads.
option now.
If you are there,
like
get
add.
out. Now.
Oh, there it is. There we go.
Nikolai!
Roswell!
He was rocking out.
Makarov,
Word travels fast.
only if he wants it to.
You think he's working for the Kremlin?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I have a contact who might know the answer. I need transport.
Where?
Arklov military base.
It's heavily guarded.
Can you do it?
To stop Makarov. Of course.
I need to get in and back out. Could go upside down quickly.
I specialize in upside down, Roswell.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Who's your contact?
Yuri Volkov.
Yuri's on the payroll?
Yuri never took a dime.
That's Yuri. When do we leave?
How's now?
Crazy loud.
We need to fly low.
Under the radar.
Exact. get compromised. Just stop and go. Call you when I need you.
Roger.
Watcher to Yankee, eyes on the base approaching now.
Copy, Watcher. Shit's about to get real. Keep a low profile.
Shit's about to get real. All I got is this dog shit little pistol.
Have to shake these guys.
I think a little more tactful than diving into a whole group of fuckers.
Watcher to Yankee, eyes on the base approaching now.
Copy, Watcher. Shit's about to get real. Keep a low profile.
Securing my weapon.
Smart. Your X-12 would draw the wrong kind of attention. You don't want to keep Yuri waiting.
Can I just
Raj,
walk through here if I don't have my gun out?
Enemy base without a gun ready, but you're not wrong. Yuri should have sent you his location by now.
Affirmative. Arklom Administrative Building, near the hangar. Look for a satellite dish in the roof.
Copy. Mission.
Yuri won't have much time before they know
Have to
you
shake
go.
these guys.
Get to safety, Oswald.
Quick and dirty. Neither of us can afford to be compromised.
I know Arklom well. I'll do my best to help you.
Eyes on the enemy.
So far, so good.
Cover's blown.
Move, Laswell, before they alert the whole base.
Got a problem. Need a security keycard to access.
Good thing you're a spy.
What the balls? What the balls? Where did I go wrong?
Watcher to Yankee, eyes on the base approaching now.
Copy, Watcher. Shit's about to get real. Keep a low profile.
They see me.
Position and try to lose them.
Yuri should have sent you his location by now. Nick, I'm made.
I'm just memeing at this point. I wanted to see what I could get away with, and apparently
Watcher
you
to
can't get
Yankee,
away with running.
eyes on the base approaching now.
Copy, Watcher. Shit's about to get real. Keep a low profile.
Yuri should have sent you his location by now.
Affirmative. Arklom Administrative Building, near the hangar. Look for a satellite dish on the roof.
Copy. Dish on the roof.
Yuri's delegation will be looking for him. You'll have to be quick.
In and out, nobody gets hurt.
I know Arklom well. I'll do my best to help you.
Approaching the avenue.
Now you need to get inside.
They're suspicious.
Advise you stay out of the way.
Nick, I'm made.
The position and try to lose them.
They spotted me taking fire.
Get out of there, Watcher.
What am I supposed to be doing? Like, what's the deal here? I guess I just get to that street and I stand there.
Now you need to get inside.
I'll go over here and then I'll just stand here. Because if I go any farther, I get made. I'll just hide in this corner. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
If you see the hangar, the admin building is next door.
Not a problem. Need a security keycard to access.
You'll need to borrow one.
I'll snag a card from an officer. Anyone entering or exiting likely has one.
Good call. Look for an officer leaving the building.
So I need to, like, get one of these people by themselves and fucking bop them? But everyone can see everyone else. So I don't know how. I might have to, like, pull up somebody doing this on YouTube or something. Come in here. I need to borrow your little access card, buddy.
Watcher, what's your status? You need...
He's heading towards an equipment room.
If it's clear, take him out and get his card. Yuri is waiting.
Hey, что вы тут делаете?
He's down. Target eliminated. Keycard secure.
I did it!
He took one for the team.
Had to be done.
That one's on Makarov, not you.
Yuri better make this worth our while.
So now, where do I need to be? Over here?
Никогда ее раньше не видел.
You don't worry about me.
I'm in.
Laswell, Yuri is in the storage room. Take the hallway to the right of the entrance. It should be there.
Found it. Going in.
The person who voices Laswell is Claire
Yuri.
from House of Cards, I think, right?
Watcher, I'm impressed, but not surprised. Any issues?
Several.
Collateral damage?
I hope it's worth their sacrifice. What do you have?
FSB files and Barkov's research.
Chemical weapons.
As a soldier, Makarov was enamored with their potential.
Can they be neutralized?
I'm giving you everything we know.
Why?
Russia and the West face similar threats from within. It is imperative we collaborate to control them. Противник моего оппонента — мой союзник.
Nikolai Basatian согласился.
Он настоящий патриот. The Kremlin is not behind these chemicals.
That doesn't mean Makarov isn't working with Moscow.
There are extremists in both our governments.
Come again, Bravo. Bravo, your signal's weak. Come again.
Deployed. We have 2 missiles incoming to the Arklov base. They have chemical warheads. If you are there, get out.
It's not. There's another one coming.
Come on, let's be together. Let's go. That's it.
Come in. Are you alive?
For now. Missile attack, chemical warheads.
Get to the high ground. Look for a way out to the roof for extraction.
Roger. On my way. Need TA, Nick.
Circling now. People are dying down there. Hurry, Laswell. Is Yuri with you?
Negative. We went separate ways.
I hope he makes it.
Climbing the ladder now.
Watcher, the gas is getting higher. The ladder, Laswell. Use it.
I'm almost to you, Nick. Stand by.
I'm here, Laszlo. I want to leave.
Delegation suffered massive casualties when they came under fire. An estimated 158 deaths at the Castovian base, with more than 200 injured. Several explosions and an apparent chemical attack were seen by witnesses from miles away.
The Kremlin blames Kyrgyzstan for what they call a brutal and unjustifiable attack. They are asking world leaders to join them in denouncing the ULF as a terrorist organization.
Kyrgyzstan has been a terrorist hotspot for years, yet what has been done about it?
Absolutely nothing.
It's clear the ULF remains at large, and for all we know, they have weapons in striking distance of Moscow. How do we know we're safe?
هلا حلوة.
شكرا.
العيلة كل شيء.
قرب عيد ميلاد بنتي.
بنتك رابية.
كيف عرفت؟
ابنك طارق، جوزك خالد.
نعرف بعض؟
أنا بعرفك سمارة.
Guys, a saucer.
أنت كنت ضابط باليولف. حاربت الروس.
أي. من سنين.
من سنين. اسمعي ولا تحكي. احنا حنسيطر على الطيارة. حراس الجو وطاقم الطيارة كلهم معانا. وانتي كمان. عشان أورزكستان. يلا.
No, please, there are more.
Heads down now! Mister! It's time! Come now! Only four! Stop the mill now! Don't
Снижаемся. Дальше.
Hello, Samara. You exceeded my expectations today.
What do you think you are?
This is about who you are, Samara.
What is this?
History.
Get this off me, you fucking son of a bitch!
Like how son of a bitch was one word. Son of a bitch.
For what you're doing here, Samara.
No one will believe you. I am not a terrorist.
No. You're a citizen soldier inspired by Farah Karim to fight Russia. You're a freedom fighter.
You're Russian. This plane is full of Russians. How could you kill your own people?
No, I'm not killing them. You are.
Мы ниже 8000 футов, командир.
Give me that phone, you sick bastard! We can stop this!
You terrorist.
No! Help me! Give me the cell phone! We have to defuse the bomb! Let me go! I need to get to the phone! Hurry! Give it to me! Give me the phone!
We need to update you on breaking news of a Russian passenger jet that
Was it even
crashed
possible
in
for
the
me to get to it or
passengers
no?
and 9 crew members
Suspected
were
may have
on
been
board.
deliberately crashed.
Standing very
was an
rapid. Authorities are
unexplained
looking for the
descent.
cockpit voice
The
recorder.
cockpit voice recorder that is a crucial part of the investigation.
Video from passenger cell phones could also shed
Hours
light on
after a missile attack on Arklov military base.
suffered massive casualties when they
Incidents could be
were
related
acts of
in what looks
extremism.
to be a possible terrorist attack.
Tolerate terrorists.
Moscow is investigating. Intentions haven't been.
This has got Makarov written all over it.
He's done more damage in 72 hours than Coney did in 5 years without him.
That airliner went down in my country.
It was no accident.
I need to get to that crash site and prove it.
ICAO data shows that it was a flight out of Kastovia bound for Sochi. They lost contact in this region.
That's all I need.
You'll have to get there before authorities arrive.
It's not the authorities I'm worried about.
Good luck, fella.
I think Sochi is like a vacation destination. It's supposed to be pretty nice.
Crash site, over the ridge.
I see it. Shumasaki.
Somebody beat us here.
Russian PMCs. Kony Group.
Makarov.
They'll blame us for this too. We need to find out what happened on that flight. Show the world it wasn't us. I won't have them call us terrorists. Not again.
What are you doing?
Going down there.
Bar, there's at least 20 guns holding that area. What do you need from me?
Overwatch. Take some high ground and cover me.
Yes, ma'am.
My sniper guy or the chick going in deep.
Eyes on
Oh,
multiple
looks like
Kony
I'm
squads
going in
picking
deep.
at the wreckage.
I'd rather be the sniper guy.
The ULF didn't do this. We need to find anything we can to prove it.
Laswell ran a tracer to lasso signals in the area. We can locate passenger cell phones and track down the flight recorder.
Copy. On the move.
I see you. Got your 6. I'll relay what I see from here.
These men are not welcome in my country.
Let them know.
I intend to.
He's down. You're still off their radar. Looks like you're in the clear for now, but watch your step.
I don't think I really need these night vision goggles, do I? Maybe? Oh! could really use a bit more support from the homie, honestly.
Bagged him.
I can't tell if it's easier with these or without them. I guess it's a little better with them.
Down that one.
Меня зацепило.
Got more Coney repositioning on you. Head of swim.
If only we could kill them all twice.
Got that one. Saw Coney digging there. Look around when you can.
Roger that.
Gotta sneeze.
Got eyes on crash debris near you. Could be worth looking around.
Holy shit.
Acknowledged.
That building's barely touched. Doubt much is inside.
I'll move on.
Engaging!
Рядом со мной! Вижу цель!
Не вижу цель!
Впереди!
Цель там! Вижу цель!
Нашего подстрелили!
Кинь осколочную!
Нас потери!
Андрей!
Covering. Downed him for you.
What is this? Oh.
Cody's got plenty more where that came from. Be careful. Keep searching, Kilo. Tracer shows a signal in the vicinity.
Affirmative.
Kilo, be advised. Enemy reinforcements heading your way. Near signal, Kilo. Search when able.
Roger, Echo. Turret gun is mine now.
Don't get too cozy. Got more Coney moving in.
I don't know how I feel about this. Some levels are like Warzone kinda, and some aren't. I don't know.
Cody's got more reinforcements moving in, Kilo.
I'd rather it
They're
be
regrouping
like,
on side. Stay alert.
I don't know. Maybe they need a. I got no recommendations, I guess. I'd just rather have like a normal campaign and then maybe like some extra missions that are like this. It just feels weird. Some missions being normal campaign missions and then boom, the next one's all of a sudden you're in like a Warzone setting.
Alex, I found something.
Let's see what we've got.
Video is shaky. Passengers are scared. Some shouting in Arabic. Engaging! Samara. She's one of my soldiers.
You sure?
Yes. She would never do this.
People change. Your brother...
This is different, Alex.
I hope so. I'll see what else you can find. Kilo, be advised. Enemy reinforcements heading your way. Stay on the move. Cody's regrouping. Clear them out and move.
It's kind of chaotic.
Got something.
Code equipment crate. They must have been expecting resistance.
Well, they found it.
Oh, it must be up on the roof. Yeah, there it is.
Coney repositioning on you. Head of swivel fire. Threat neutralized. Coney's sending reinforcements in.
What is supposed to be here? Like on the minimap, there's a just somewhere in that realm. There's something to be
I see my
hacked.
soldier Samara in a bomb vest. This doesn't make sense.
A gun, now a vest.
She looks afraid. She doesn't want to do this.
We both know the world won't see it that way.
Makarov wants the world to see this. We can't let them.
Understood. Find the black box, Farah. It's an important piece of this. How do the engines look?
Shredded.
So I gotta
Some
get on
glass
the roof
residue
somehow?
that could have just been from the crash.
What the hell happened up there? If Makarov did this, that building was heavily guarded. Flight reporter could be close.
Searching.
You bought yourself some
Eyes on
time.
the black box.
Put more moving on your position.
Black box secure. Cover me while I burn it. I won't let Makarov or his men blame my nation for something we haven't done.
Affirmative. Fry a kilo. That's all we needed, Farah. Think the site's clean.
Let's get off the X. We link up at our infill point.
Copy that, Commander.
So where am I going now?
Kilo, I got a problem.
Copy. What is it?
Got Cody converging on my position. I'm compromised. Stand by.
Alex, where are you? 3-1, how copy? Echo 3-1, do you read?
Contact. They're on me. Farah, go. Get out of here now.
No, Alex. I'll find you.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. I guess to this nav point way over here.
The truck! Get to the truck! Go! Kilo, let's go now! What's next?
We need to find where those Coney came from, and where they're headed. I want you to track them. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary.
I'll keep my distance.
Try not to get caught this time.
No promises.
Feels kind of odd and disjointed having, like I was saying, having
Former ULF soldier wearing a
some of the
suicide
campaign
vest on a
levels are
Russian
like
airliner.
Warzone, where you gotta get plates and shit, and others aren't. I don't know.
Samara. She was a good
I'd rather
fighter.
them all
Joined
be
my
one
forces
way or
during
the
the
other,
occupation.
instead
Left to
of
raise
be
her family.
flipping back and forth.
What happened at the crash site?
They were planting evidence to frame us and collecting the rest. We killed as many as we could and took the phones.
And the black box?
Wiped it clean.
Smart. You stopped Makarov from controlling the narrative. If Coney operatives were on that plane, they got off somehow. Makarov wouldn't leave that loose end.
Some people will believe the ULF was responsible.
Thanks to you, no one can prove it. People will speculate, but you beat Makarov at his own game.
It's not enough. I sent Alex after Coney. If they're in Urzikstan, he'll find them.
Copy. When I regroup with 141, whatever we know, you'll know. And Farah?
Yes, Laswell.
I'm sorry about Samara.
Me too.
Hey, holding up.
Still here.
My brothers.
How you doing, comrade?
Better now, Captain. Fucking ultranationalists.
Security feed from the airport. Passenger had a boarding pass for Flight 761.
Fake passport.
Or inside job.
More likely. No one stopped him.
Walk in the bloody park.
That's Makarov.
Farah and Alex, what'd they get?
Not enough to prove anything?
Sick bastards topping American missiles with chemical weapons and killing his own people. He's killing civilians.
Pinning the blame on Farah.
And the United States.
He's playing with fire.
False flag operations. He wants a war.
East versus West. The title fight.
Is the world falling for this, Kate?
We're on the brink, boys.
Had him right in our fucking hands.
I should have killed him when we had the chance.
What stopped you?
Gold Eagle to Bravo 6. Security confirms gunfire and at least one explosion in the stadium with multiple injuries. Over.
Copy. We're inbound now.
Be advised, Makarov and his men may still be inside. If he's there, you bring him out alive.
Roger that. Where's medical?
First responders will not enter until the scene is clear. The third floor VIP lounge may be Makarov's next target.
Christ almighty.
You said it, son. Ghost and
I remember a mission kind of like this in the 2019 release.
Out here.
Makarov threatened the airport and he hit the stadium instead.
We were out in the this.
Check the shots.
Makarov.
You know deal with it. Or we still stand.
Stop!
Get out of there, go!
Get out the way.
Christ almighty. Watch your water! Close one.
Stay there, please. This is chaos. That's what Makarov wants.
Who's up ahead?
They're going faster.
Killing civilians!
They'd have access to the VIP area.
It's on the 3rd floor, let's move.
Contact! Top of the stairs! Stairs clear. Concourse is up ahead.
This thing's got a big clip in it.
On the other end. It'll get us to the 3rd floor.
Check your shots in there.
Gold Eagle, Bravo 6. We're internal and pushing to the VIP area. Be advised.
Aww. I killed a civilian. That bitch ran through my bullets. Dumb bitch. Fuck off.
We're internal and pushing to the VIP area. Be advised, Inner Circle is posing as police. Over.
Copy. All police on target are considered hostile.
Roosevelt, push in line. Moving up. Moving.
Stay down.
That
Gold Eagle,
dude was literally shooting at me.
Internal and pushing to the VIP area. Be advised, Inner Circle is posing as police. Over.
Copy. All police on target are considered hostile.
Roger that.
Moving left.
Moving. Stay down.
They're using grenades. Don't.
Keep moving through the concourse. Clear them out fast. I'm moving.
Alright. I think we'll do save that for now. And then move this back over here. Now we're going to add a cheeky little screen capture. No, wait. Display capture, that's what we want. It's going to be a little off as far as like its sizing because it's going to be in 1340 or 3440, I mean. So there's going to be like some dead space. on the screen. I don't need to be this huge. There we go. It's not actually what I want. What I'm going to want is an internet browser on the right for this. Then we're going to want to launch this. There we go. All right, I'm gonna do some of this rather than continuing the stream. So hopefully everyone has a lovely rest of their night. I may be on tomorrow. And by maybe I mean like 90% probability that I'll get on for at least a little bit. That is not an invalid channel name.
To kill him there.